Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 22nd, 2021 City Council and Successor Agency Agenda and meeting starting at 7 p.m. It does look like we have a quorum. Margaret, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. We do have a quorum, so at this time, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under informational reports are on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written comments submitted prior to the meeting for public comment. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I see that I have 3 hands raised. I will start with, I will start with Danny Dorman, followed by Carolina Villaseca.
Good evening. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. Okay. I want to address the council's 2 words that seem to be synonymous with the term homeless. I can't. I'm a father. I'm a former chief technology officer and a veteran. In all cases, I can't falls down into 2 reasons. I'm unable or I'm unwilling. Everyone on the council has children. How many times have you let your children get away with I can't? Now let's talk specifically about the council's go-to excuses to I can't. 1, the city can't do anything legally. Legal is a relative term. Example, isn't it a violation of a person's 8th Amendment right to cruel and unusual punishment to allow people to live in conditions, including 100-degree heat and more, and not do anything? And then there's the Boise case. 2, fiscally not feasible. I had mentioned and offered the idea of a safe space using the city land. Plenty of the homeless-specific programs would be more efficient if people were in one community. And then there's COVID. Exactly how does not doing anything a preventative measure to avoid exposure? So 2 questions and a suggestion, and I have yet to hear a city official at least explain why the question and suggestions are not feasible. One last point. Mr. Mayor, you have a house of worship where you can welcome those who need rest anytime. Now, I'm just a regular guy, but I've provided a roof overhead for people on 2 separate occasions. Both gentlemen needed time to get back on their feet. They have, and they are grateful. This is something I can do, so why can't you? Councilwoman Myers, you have connections with the county that we don't have. I do not have the same reach as you, so I'm unable to exploit that resource. Councilwoman Rary, Mendoza, and Rodriguez, you can tear a new hole into our city attorney in chief to enforce the existing laws on the books, whether it's a 5150, illegal drug abuse, or what have you. And I have, as you know, no problem tearing into all of you to do something other than say I can't. So you have me.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to ask, if it's possible, for a moment of silence for the Williams-Rogers family. I know there was a very lovely memorial yesterday for the family, for the tragic loss of their son. I thought a moment of silence from City Council would show support at a very painful time, and I'm sure the family would really appreciate it. Second, I was downtown this weekend, and there was a car show all over downtown. My husband and I saw at least 7 policemen on foot, and at least 3 cars drove by, 2 very fast, 1 just patrolling, and the streets were packed. So once again, I would like to urge a conversation between the people from the city planning the parade for July 4th and Brentwood Police Department to please ensure that there will be enough resources on hand to deal with people. The city announced the parade on social media, and people were very angry that only 1,200 people get to participate. And they basically said, well, we're going to come down anyways, and what are you going to do about it? So please, please, please be prepared. My biggest concern is for the well-being of the city staff that will be working the parade, the volunteers who are trying to do their civic duty, and Brentwood Police, who's going to have to deal with the unrulies. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod.
Thank you, Margaret. The Brown Act allows the mayor to set a time limit for public comments. We all have to live by that rule. Mayor Taylor used to give us 5 minutes unless there was a crowd. Now, Mayor Bryant gives us 3 normally, and that kind of makes sense because there's usually a lot of speakers. Still, 3 minutes is not a very long time, and sometimes we may get cut off. The Brown Act also allows any city council member to ask questions of really anyone in attendance during discussion. This is usually used to ask questions of staff and representatives of the applicant, the attorney, the architect, blah, blah. But it is possible to ask questions of the public. For example, if a public speaker is cut off and a city council member wishes to hear the rest of that person's thoughts, they can just ask. And I bring it up tonight because I'll likely be going over on the Deer Ridge comment, and it might not make complete sense to some of you why I'm asking what I'm asking for. So please just ask me. I'll be brief, I promise. You know, many of us do not like all the restrictions of the Brown Act. You know, it's there to help us, but it also has some funny unintended consequences, I suppose. But we all follow the rules. We all have to follow the rules. It's a shame that Planning Commissioner David Dolter is not willing to live by the same rules as everyone else. With his resume, it's not possible that he can plead ignorance. He knows the rules. He just seems not to care. He should step down from the Brentwood Planning Commission, not only for his Brown Act violations, but for his inappropriate treatment of city staff, which offends me much more. Our city staff are excellent and never fail to impress. They work under restrictions many in the public do not understand and often shoulder the blame for things that are beyond their control. They conduct themselves with dignity and respect, and our public officials, the city council and planning commissioners, generally treat them with the respect they deserve. We simply cannot have a planning commissioner who does not hold himself to that same standard. We've seen enough of Mr. Dolter. If he will not do the honorable thing and resign, please remove him. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike. I think Mike needs to unmute.
I'm sorry. I actually wanted to comment on the Deer Ridge LLC, so I'll wait till later. Thanks. But
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments, and we'll move into item A1, a proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Brentwood, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally and physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas parks and the natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the benefits derived from the parks and recreation resources, now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize July as Park and Recreation Month. And at this time, I'm going to call for Chris Farrow to greet the council and the community. Chris.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for recognizing Parks and Recreation Month. And especially, I think, now more than ever, we are so grateful to be reopening slowly but surely. So what a wonderful time to recognize the work of fellow park and recreation professionals around the country as we reopen to this new normal. So we hope that all of you feel safe and excited to return to programming. It's really the root of what Brentwood is about, is bringing the community together in safe, family, fun activities. So thank you so much for acknowledging us, and we can't wait to see everyone back in the parks, at our events, and in our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank all of the Parks and Recreation staff for the outstanding work that you always do. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move on to informational reports from council members, committees, and liaison and staff. And we'll begin with Council Member Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, I had a call with other elected officials around the state where we met with Assemblyperson Horvath regarding SB 9. Again, we are continuing to fight this because it will definitely change single-family home zoning, could actually eliminate it in the state of California. I attended an event at the Delta Gallery on Friday night where ODAT had their teenagers presenting artwork, and it was both art and poetry and movies, so it was pretty cool. I had an interagency meeting with, the school districts and fire departments and the police department. It's interesting. Brentwood Unified has lost about 350 students since a year ago. A third of them were left the state. A third of them went to charter or private schools, and a third of them have just disappeared. So they continually try to figure out what's going on, but they have seen a drop in their census. Liberty actually saw a decrease of about 70 students, so it wasn't as drastic as it was with the high school. You will continue to see some development going on. Bristow is going to be having the movie theater. Adams is updating their theater seating, updating their locker rooms, but there's a lot of stuff going on there. From an LMC, so the junior college perspective, they've actually lost 25% of their enrollment over the last couple of years. So they're trying to figure that out. If anyone has any ideas to help drive enrollment at junior college, that would be great. And I think those were kind of the big things. For next year, they still had not received any guidelines from the state on what back to school looks like. They know they're going to have some guidelines, but nothing specific. So is it 3 feet apart? You know, social distancing, masks will probably be required of all students, but nothing firmed up yet. That was that meeting. We had Land Use 101, which was a joint planning meeting with Planning Commission, which we didn't have a lot of people attend, but if anyone can get on, it's recorded. If you've ever wondered about Land Use 101, about, you know, all those kind of things, what the housing element is, please look at the video. It's up there for you. Attended a Juneteenth call with that was put together by Trustee Stephanie Matias Rogers, Dr. Tamala Hawley, which was really great just to learn a little bit more about what's going on with Juneteenth, and there was people from out of state. So just how can we make social diversity, you know, more at the forefront at schools, make sure that we are, how do I say this, but that there's racism isn't going on, because we know there's some issues. So how do we just curtail that and stop that? Had an update with Chief Silva regarding 4th of July, and we had a drilling update on the county land. So that's what I was up to.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza. I'm sorry, Meyer.
Thank you. Also attended the Land Use 101, and I would absolutely agree that if anyone has any questions about that, I learned a lot. You should watch the recording. It was really very well done. Had a fireworks strategy meeting with Captain Silva, attended the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District State of the District, met with Supervisor Burgess. There was a Cal Cities Mayors and Council Members Roundtable discussion around reopen and also around small business recovery and American Rescue Funds. Met a meeting with Public Works Director, attended the Delta Gallery One Day at a Time opening reception, also attended the Juneteenth Freedom Day casual conversation. I learned a lot about the history behind Juneteenth and really appreciated the very, very specific goals towards local school education and incorporating diversity into that. And then most recently attended the 350 Contra Costa Leadership on Climate, a Local Government Perspective, which was really local electeds and community leaders around the state and what they are doing to incorporate climate action plans and a lot of other really good, positive environmental improvements into their daily routines and then their cities and all of that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary?
Yes, I attended a Lead California Cities Cal City Speaker Series. The California Natural Resource Agency was on that day, and they discussed wildfires and drought within California. Later that evening, I also attended the League California Cities East Bay Division Drought Forum discussion. And one of the things that East Bay Mud had said was when they instituted stage 1 drought restrictions. And then they also said that they invested in acoustical water leak detectors that are put onto fire hydrants throughout their district, and they thought they paid off in 5 years, but the amount of leaks that they found and solved, they actually were able to pay it off in 18 months. So I scheduled a meeting with our Public Works Director to find out if that is something that we had, and I'm happy to say that that we do have it. He did look into it, and we do have it. He also had said that we have kind of been at the stage 1 ourselves, have never really come off of that, which is a 10% reduction in water use in our city. I attended about Police Activities League Golf Tourney Committee meeting, of which we had the golf tournament yesterday. Had an introduction meeting with our new community development director. I attended the League of California Cities Community Services Policy Committee that's meeting with a bunch of different representatives from all over the state of California to discuss policies within the state and whether or not we approve or reject different bills that are coming up. But we also had a presentation that day from the cities of Corona and Anaheim where they presented how they're handling homelessness in their cities. A lot of it had to do with bringing in staff. I think Corona's working with the neighboring cities, which is something that we need to do. We can't just fix it in our city because we're pushing the bubble or the balloon from one city to another, and so we need to work collaboratively with the county and with our neighboring cities to resolve homelessness. But we had a director and 4 staff underneath them for that. But again, these are larger areas. We also, I attended the Planning Commission and City Council joint meeting on Land Use 101. I had a meeting with Captain Silva regarding the fireworks strategy, 2 meetings with Chief Hansen regarding homelessness in our city. And I apologize, I had Danny Dorman, when I spoke with the chief, the last was on Thursday afternoon, and he was going to try to get an update on homelessness onto the agenda, but it was just too late in the afternoon, I guess, to get that on there. I don't know if he can give an update at all during the informational report from him tonight. And I also met with him regarding the fireworks. I attended the Shepherd's Gate facility expansion grand opening. Shepherd's Gate serves 18 homeless, battered, or recovering addiction women and children here in Brentwood. And this expanded the facility greatly to provide a community learning and career center, an area for the teenagers or kids to be able to go, a quiet room to be able to study with workstations in there, a meditation room, and then another office in there as well. So it did help to provide more services for those who are going through this 12-month program. I attended a Link 21 public workshop, and Link 21 is a long-range transportation program sponsored by BART and the Capital Corridor to transform the passenger rail network serving the 21-county Northern California mega region, which includes the greater San Francisco Bay Area, the Monterey Bay Area, the Sacramento area, and the northern San Joaquin Valley. They are going to be having more workshops, and while they say they're for different areas, they say you can attend all of them or just one of them. It doesn't matter if you're in that area, and if you want more information on it, it's link21program.org. And it was quite interesting. It is a long-term project, but if they connect everything seamlessly, it will really be something for the entire Bay Area or the mega region. I also attended the One Day at a Time Youth Expression Project at the Delta Gallery, and I did volunteer yesterday at the Ann Wagaman Memorial Golf Tournament, which benefited the Brentwood Police Activities League. And I do have to apologize. I may have to get up during this meeting, so I may turn my screen off. I did a lot of walking, taking pictures yesterday, and as you may or may not know, it's only been about 2 months since I had a full hip replacement, and it was pretty tough on me yesterday. Towards the end of the day, I was having a difficult time walking. So anyway, that's all I have to report, and thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes. First, I want to start off by apologizing for having to get off the meeting pretty early at our last meeting because I was in Indiana, and I know there was a 3-hour time difference. So I just wanted to apologize to the mayor, but also to the council members that I had to get off a little bit earlier than expected. So once again, I apologize for that. I did attend the interagency meeting with Councilmember Mendoza, and I know Councilmember Mendoza has expressed some of the things that were discussed. I mean, for me, I think what was really, it's really hard to hear is that our schools are being put in a situation where they're not really sure what the guidelines are going to be yet to prepare for. So it's really tough on our schools in the sense of our staff and administration in regards to preparing for that. So I know Councilman Mendoza also mentioned about a theater that's being built. It's going to be built there at Bristol Middle School. I think that's a great thing, especially for that portion of the community. I know they have an excellent band and a band there, band classes and things like that, where they're going to be able to utilize that facility tremendously. It's also very difficult to hear that we're losing students for a variety of different reasons at the high school level, but also at our middle school and elementary level. You know, a lot has changed through this pandemic, so hopefully those numbers will increase and we'll get back to normal with the amount of students that we should have in our schools. I also had a meeting with Captain Silva regarding the strategy for 4th of July. Really good meeting, really seeing what the city's planning to do in regards to addressing some of the things for the city when it comes to that day. Also met with different members of the staff of different departments within the city. And that's about it for right now. And thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended a transplant, BART, State Route 4, and ECRFA meetings, as well as meeting with Captain Silva regarding the fireworks issue as well. Attended the Police Activities League golf tournament. Also had the opportunity to attend the Matias Rogers candlelight vigil yesterday evening at Liberty Football Field and Track. Also met with Supervisor Burgess regarding numerous issues in the county and Brentwood, as well as Samantha Cagle, our League of Cities representative, regarding numerous things that the state, county, and city of Brentwood are working together on. Some of those have already been mentioned as far as SB 9, trying to make sure that we maintain as much local control in these areas as possible. And I also met with Assemblyman Tim Grayson regarding the state homeless issues, state fire issues as well, and some transportation issues. And that's all I have to report at this time. At this time, we'll move into the consent calendar. Do we have a motion for the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Rodriguez, you're muted.
I make a motion that we move forward with consent items C1 to C6. That we approve it. Before
we can follow through with this motion, I have a potential conflict of interest on item C6, as one of the listed consultants is involved in a matter located near my home and do not want any appearance of a conflict. Therefore, I will not be voting on that one item, item C6. We do have a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Do we need to have a separate motion for C6?
We do not, seeing that it was not pulled.
Exactly. That's correct.
Thank you, Daniel. Item D1, business items. A verbal update from the Brentwood Police Department and the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District regarding 2020 and 2021 firework enforcement efforts. And I'll turn it to Chief Hansen.
Thank you, Mayor Bryant and members of council. Tonight we wanted to give you a quick update. I know all of you spoke to Captain Silver regarding our approach to 4th of July this year and the enforcement of illegal fireworks. We met with Chief Aber yesterday. We're going to work in tandem with the fire department again this year to enforce illegal fireworks.
Sorry, Chief, are you aware that you're sideways? There.
Oh, but I'm going to fix that right now. How's that? Thank you, ma'am. So I know there was some talk about initiating a city ordinance right now. We spoke about that, and we feel that right now we will tackle that project next year, but this year we felt like we could work with the fire department and be effective that way. We do want to look at the county's ordinance, and we'll take a look at how Oakley went forward with their ordinance this year. What I see next year is getting a good, well-thought-out ordinance in place that can be effective. Work through how we're going to cite, if it will withstand a legal challenge, and what the appeal process will look like. So I'm looking forward to working with the fire department next year and getting a good, strong ordinance in place. And with that being said, to really educate our public prior to going out and just passing an ordinance and then going out and trying to enforce it. To really, maybe in April, come out with a campaign, a no fireworks campaign, to go out and education campaign on that, and go into our neighborhoods and tell people why it's so important that we don't light fireworks for a whole host of reasons. Not only is the state, has some really bad fires over the last 10 years, but it really does take away from our already challenged fire services right now. So I am looking forward to that. I appreciate all of you listening to us and taking into our thoughts in this very important issue. I would also like the state of California to take this serious and really pass some legislation that is statewide against, the use of fireworks, all fireworks. It would really make all these individual cities, especially in Contra Costa, when we don't allow fireworks in our county, but a county next door sells them right there on the side of the road. So just doesn't make any sense. I really respect our fire department and how serious they take this. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Aber from the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hansen. Thank you, Mayor Bryant and council members. So as the chief says, yeah, we do take this very seriously. We know that we have very limited resources, of course, that are trying to capture everything that we need to get to with emergency medical calls, vehicle accidents, fires, and whatnot. And as an example of the continued cooperation and relationship that we have with Brentwood PD, in 2019, we started with our PSAs that went out to the public about education and the fact that all fireworks are illegal. We, at that point in time, our prevention bureau was brand new in 2019. So what we started off with was a fireworks take-back program hosted throughout the different stations throughout the different all of our districts. That was a great start. Last year, we knew that we were going into some, hot conditions, dry, windy conditions, fuel moistures were dropping, and this year has just kind of shown us tenfold that it can still be worse every single year. As an example of last year, collectively, between Brentwood Police Department, us, and our allied police agencies, that night of the 4th, we had 114 calls for service. 29 of those calls were for fires. We had 2 burn injuries to a child and a father, and that was here in the city of Brentwood. We had $20,000 worth of property loss. We had 125 acres consumed, and a total of 70 citations that were issued out with 100 pounds of fireworks that were seized just in one night alone. We know that the fireworks continue to be a challenge, not just for fire, but for our allied police agencies. And we do need to kind of emphasize that this needs to be a community effort and change on how to, stop these, challenging times. A simple firework, as a sparkler, burns at over 1,200 degrees, which can easily catch someone's clothes on fire. Usually they are running around with children having them in hands. So they, no matter how small you think that they may be, we do know that they pose a significant danger to anybody who's actually using them, even though they look like a lot of fun. For our program, what we have the ability of is that we have a part of our ordinance is that, all fireworks, including safe and sane, are illegal in all of Contra Costa County. We have that throughout our entire district. And we also currently have an administrative citation program that we are able to issue out citations for anyone found to be lighting off these illegal fireworks. As an example, for our program, the first violation, and it's per violation, is $130 per violation. Now, if you're caught with one firework, obviously that's $130. If you're caught with a multitude of fireworks, you can do the math times $130. And as an example, as of last year, which resulted in an investigation, one resident within our district, going through the entire process of being cited, going through the appeals process, received a citation of $26,325. That was for a 500 fireworks show that he hosted. So obviously we take it serious. We welcome and love the working relationship we have with Brentwood PD. We think it's effective between our two different staff that we can get out there, identify some of these areas. But no matter what we do between fire and PD, there's never going to be enough of us without the community efforts and actually changing their behaviors and habits and recognizing the dangers that these fireworks pose. So we can continue to work forward. We, welcome looking at, even modifying our ordinance during next year's code adoption cycle. And that's what we plan on doing as well, too. And we will continue to work from there. Chief Hansen, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Chief. And at this time, I would open it up for any questions that you may have of us.
Are there any questions, clarifying questions? Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you both for your information. I'm seeing in the news recently we've had Pleasant Hill, Discovery Bay, and the apartments in Antioch, and I guess they're not all 100% positively related to fireworks, but it's sounding like they are. One of my questions I have is liabilities. So if you track down the person who actually has the firework and their actions cause a fire that is damaging beyond their own personal property, how is that liability handled?
Yeah, great question, Councilmember Meyer. Absolutely. If we can track down that someone's causation of lighting a firework was the reason why something burned down or someone was hurt, we will prepare a criminal case against them and go forward with that. And that's just on top of the civil ramifications they will feel too, because they will, I guarantee you, get sued. I see that a lot more, get sued civilly in civil court where the sanctions can be a lot.
Okay, I have two other questions.
Hey, one more thing to add on to that too is, parents that have these fireworks and like the chief said, the mere sparklers, the damage and injuries we see as a result of that. There's a reason why we have zero fireworks allowed in Contra Costa because of the health and property damage. So parents can be held liable too if their kids are injured as a result of them lighting fireworks off.
I wondered if either of you have any concern. The county has passed strict ordinances. Oakley has. Antioch was adding it to their agenda from their last meeting, and so the county unincorporated areas are going to be covered by that. Are you at all worried that people from other surrounding communities are going to come into Brentwood with their fireworks?
I mean, I'll speak on my behalf from the fire side, Chief. we have a concern of all fireworks, regardless of where these people come from. We know even as of last year, some of the people that were cited were visiting people who resided in our communities. So, whether they're from outside the community or they're inside the community, we look at them all the same. It's a matter, we know that they're dangerous, we know they're hazards. And again, there's definitely not enough of us to be able to get to every single person who chooses to go down this path. But we also have the mechanisms to have very steep fines if they are caught and partaking in the illegal fireworks.
And I would add that, I've worked in the city now going on 27 years, so there was a lot of 4th of Julys that I worked as a patrol person. And, I would find that, and I think the chief would agree with me, is, a lot of these big events are neighborhoods or cul-de-sacs or people coming over. So if I know you're concerned, Councilmember Meyer, of will more people come to the city of Brentwood because of the lack of that ordinance? I honestly don't, and I would go back to what Chief Abear said. This is a community culture thing that we need to change. We need to change people's behavior, and I think it needs to start. There's a big outcry this year. I think everyone would agree from the city council members and from the community wanting change. So I think starting this year, getting serious, sitting down with the fire department and going forward with a plan. If we cite 50 this year and we cite 100 next year and 200 people down the road and take some people to jail eventually, maybe we can change the culture and make it serious. If the state would step up maybe and see that a statewide ban on fireworks is important, maybe we can start changing this behavior. Right now, I believe that our communities don't believe this is a big deal. In fact, my officers get that all the time. Why are you hassling me? Why are you doing this? They just don't feel like it's that big of a deal, and it really is.
I would suggest, by the way, that you and anyone else can reach out to your district representative for your local senator to advocate for state legislation. My last question.
Message received.
Yeah. So my last question would be, can either or both of you clarify if, given our fire risk this year and at the time of year, should people who are witnessing fireworks in their neighborhoods or whatever, should they be calling the non-emergency number or the emergency number? And does that change on 4th of July, by the way?
Yeah, I would say that normal lighting of fireworks, call our non-emergency number, and if you're scared or you feel like it's an emergency, this is your dispatch center. This is your police department. You call 911. We're bringing in extra dispatchers on that night to take the additional calls. So I would never tell anyone not to call 911 if you're fearing for the safety or property damage of someone as a result of fire or fireworks, or somebody just you feel you need immediate police or fire attention right now. Go ahead. Again, this is your fire department. This is your police department. And as you know, we're going in our 3rd year of our awesome dispatch center. It'll be staffed this year so we can take the call. So please do not hesitate to call us, and we'll get out there as soon as we can. We're going to have extra staffing out on the street this year, work in tandem with the fire department. So we'll be talking directly to the fire department with our radios and our cell phones and everything. So we plan on getting out there. So please, and I would just plead to our public and these folks that want to do this. I know you've been cooped up all year. You want to get out. You want to celebrate. But please understand that it may not seem very serious to you, but I have elderly folks out there right now that are already feeling the anxiety of that night, having to control their animals. We have animals running away all night, doing things that you wouldn't believe that animals could do in a backyard to escape, only to run into more fireworks and noise. And then I cannot underestimate the effects that it has on our first responders and our war veterans that have come back from war, that are suffering from PTSD. You have to understand that if you've never had it, if you've never gone through that depression and anxiety, and then the anxiety of hearing sounds that bring you back to that incident or those times, It's really cruel what this does to those individuals. So I plead with you, please, if you're thinking about doing that, please do not.
Thank you both, and thank you, Chief, for adding that component. I think it's something that people do forget, and that's a different appearance of patriotism.
Yes, I agree, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you both for doing this. I appreciate it. When it comes to the ramifications, it seems like there's, this $126,000 ramification, but if I, as an individual, set off fireworks, I have to deal with ramifications from the police department and the fire department, right? Like, there's two different avenues, or does it all come together?
Well, and there's two different ways that someone can, be treated. Depends on how many fireworks that they actually have and what type of fireworks that they have. So we both have the option of treating it as a criminal element where we can utilize the penal code for the violations of such, or we can utilize the administrative citation process on our side of the house. So between the two avenues, yes, someone could be facing some steep fines and potentially, additional fines and jail time, depends on how it, what they have and what they found.
Perfect. I just want it to be clear to people. It's not just easy, like you pay your fine, you're done. Like, there's multiple avenues that you're going to have to deal with, and maybe paying not only the fines, but attorneys down the road too. So be careful. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarick.
Yes, I think mine's kind of more of a statement. I know Chief Hansen and I have had this talk before, and I actually brought this up at a council meeting probably about 2.5 years ago to reinstate the City of Brentwood fireworks. Because as we saw from when the Corn Fest ended, we had we started seeing more and more home shows going up because there was no show in town. And even if people didn't make it into the Corn Fest, boy, you could see those fireworks from all around the town, up on top of hills and so forth. And so might we look at maybe reinstituting that fireworks show here in Brentwood on 4th of July so that we are hopefully eliminating people's urge to do it on their own?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Again, more than ever, anything, that's a great point. When we had our fireworks show, I was able to tell people on the street, hey, don't do this. We're going to have a great, beautiful fireworks show like we did in so many years there. I don't know how Chief Bear feels about it, but I'm a big fan of that. We could do it safely. I know there was some logistical problems that we ran into, like not being able to do it in the original site, and that there was some spatial issues on that. And Chief, you could remark on that if you have further.
Yeah, and we do encourage, a commercial shoot that's, properly set up, properly permitted, it's been evaluated based off of the size of the shells in the show. Obviously, that is highly encouraged, and it does give some people an outlet to be able to go, at least be able to have that experience of witnessing those fireworks. I'd love to be able to say that everybody goes and partakes in the approved shows, but we also know that we still need to work on that community to be able to walk away from the illegal aspect of their home shows too.
Well, and heck, depending on how many fireworks you pick up and what quality they are, that may be something that you could use in the professional fireworks show. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Hey, ma'am, I'd like to just add one other thing that's kind of off what you said, but I do think it's important that, this isn't limited to, July 3rd, to the night of July 3rd. I'm getting many complaints, especially over on our east side of the town, and I know Captain Silva and some of our officers have worked hard to try to identify these households that are lighting illegal fireworks off year-round. And again, those neighbors in that area do not appreciate it, and you're having effects on people you don't even know. You just think you're lighting them off and having fun, but you're actually causing a lot of grief for some of our community members.
And if I can add on to Chief Hansen's, I mean, so far this season alone, we had a 15-acre grass fire started by illegal fireworks in Discovery Bay. Just recently, as of this past weekend, we had palm tree in Discovery Bay that was caught on fire from illegal fireworks. So the damage continues, and the damage is real. So, I mean, you know, stay away from them. You know, if you have the option, if you have illegal fireworks currently right now, you have the option of turning those into the fire department, and we will take those off your hands, no questions asked. It's better that you do that than have a visit from either our police agencies or us on the night of the 3rd or the 4th.
And I would echo that too. You can come to the police department, no questions asked, and just turn them in for sure.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Really quick, Chief, in talking with Captain Silva, one of the things we were talking about was the outreach that's happening. And one of my questions to him was, are we also doing stuff in Spanish? Because I know that historically, right, in some of the areas in Brentwood, and those communities are heavily populated with Latinos, that they've had, you know, fireworks. And I'm just wondering, I know it's something that he wasn't sure and he was going to look at, but I think it's really important if we're going to try to educate the community about the consequences of using fireworks, but also some of the safety issues in regards to using them, that we make sure that we do it in English and Spanish so that we're really being transparent with the whole community.
I agree, Councilman Rodriguez, for sure.
Thank you.
I do have a question for staff as well. This is probably Tim. Is there a way that we can work with the VFW and the veteran support groups and counselors, PTSD counselors that those groups have access to, that we could put those emergency numbers on our city website and on our social media pages, that if someone is experiencing PTSD or they know someone that is, or a neighbor, that they have those emergency resources ready at hand from our city website or our pages, or even...
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I will follow up on that and call the VA and get all those numbers put up to our websites.
Thank you.
I think that's good.
Another follow-up item, too, is we're looking at coordinating some efforts with the Veterans Center to actually do some public service announcements about the impact to the veterans related to the fireworks issue. So hopefully that'll catch a sentimental effect on those who are using the fireworks.
Mayor, if I can add to that, not all people are veterans who suffer from PTSD. So if there can also be included in their resource for those people, because they need somebody to call too. And so it's not just the veterans. It's while they are a significant amount, there are others that suffer from PTSD for other reasons.
That's a great point. And I would also, while we're live here, I would just ask, because I don't have all the answers. You know that I do like to fix things and make things better for our community, but I don't have all the answers. And I would offer and request that if somebody has some great creative ideas out there in the public, to please call my office and let's talk about that. I know we're coming up on the 4th of July now, but you know, again, this has had more attention to it, and it's great to see it. But you know, going forward this year, we're going to do everything we can, but going next year, we can be better, and we can be better the year after. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, you had your hand up. Was that from before?
Yeah, I think I took it down, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, sorry about that.
No, you did. It flashed off and on, and I didn't know whether we had another.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
So if there are no more questions, clarifying questions of staff, then at this time we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I see 1 hand raised. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Police Department and Fire Department. When you're making your appeal to people not to use fireworks, please don't overlook the amount of people who have pets who get terrified at the sound of fireworks. There are so many posts on social media when somebody sets off fireworks and people are really angry because pets really despise the sound and get very anxious and get very destructive. Just by the number of posts of people who have lost their dogs and cats and then get reunited, this would be a really good angle to perhaps appeal to people not to set off fireworks, because there are far more pets in Brentwood than people realize. Thank you.
I see no additional hands raised.
Okay, so at this time, we will close public comments. Is there any further discussion the council would like on this item? Apologize, I'm trying to get it. Seeing none, then there's no motion required on this item. Thank you, both chiefs and staff, for this report. We greatly appreciate your help. We'll move into item D2. It's a resolution regarding an intent to form Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 21-1, Deer Ridge Landscape Improvements, declaring an intent to levy and collect assessments and setting an August 24th, 2021 at 7 p.m. as the public hearing date. And at this time, I will turn it to Aaron Wanden to present the item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very
Perfect. Well. There was a glitch going on there when Margaret was switching me over, but good deal. So this item before you tonight is the second in this 3-step process in order to form that Landscape Lighting Assessment District. This resolution of intention initiates and declares the city's intention to order the formation of Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 21-1, Deer Ridge Landscape Improvements, and set the date of August 24th, 2021 for the public hearing. So following tonight's action on the ROI, noticing and ballots will be sent to the Deer Ridge property owners, and a town hall meeting is scheduled to be held on July 15th to provide the community with more information and answer questions and concerns that they might have at that time. Typically, the ROI for an LLAD is considered a consent item. However, due to the complexity of this formation and the alternatives that have been provided in the staff report, staff has requested this item be scheduled as a business item and seeks specific direction from City Council pertaining to these alternatives. The alternatives were previously requested by City Council members in an effort to address the $102,600 initial upfront cost to design the new Deer Ridge landscape improvements and costs associated with the formation of the LLAD 21-1. So as written, the engineer's report includes up to 98% of the $102,000 initial upfront cost as being reimbursed to the city by the LLAD 21-1 and included in the construction component of the assessment. In this case, the annual assessment for the construction component is $76.06 per single family home. Now the alternatives, alternative number 1, the city will seek only a 50% reimbursement of the estimated $102,600 initial upfront cost, resulting in the annual assessment for the construction component being lowered to $71.42. So a $5 savings with alternative 1 for the assessment. Alternative number 2 would be the city would not seek any reimbursement of the estimated $102,600 initial upfront cost, resulting in the annual assessment for the construction company being lowered to $66.78. So a little more of a savings there if the city does not seek reimbursements. So if council directs staff to revise the engineer's report to pursue alternative number 1 or number 2, the general fund would fund the portion of the initial upfront cost not funded by the new LLD. So overall, there are 2 components to the calculation of the maximum assessment contained in the engineer's report. The construction component, which will be repaid over the 10-year term and drop off at the end of 10 years, and the maintenance component, which will be ongoing. So it starts up front and then continues after the construction 10-year payoff. So the construction component, in addition to the $102,600 that we just talked about for the alternatives and the initial upfront cost for this project, the cost estimate for the construction of the new landscape improvements as provided by BKF engineers is $737,220, and therefore the maximum annual assessment for the total construction component is the $76.06 that I had mentioned before. So in addition to the construction component, the maintenance component, so that's what provides the funding for the ongoing operation, maintenance, servicing, and replacement of the new landscape improvements. So the maximum annual assessment for the maintenance component is $23.04. So we need to combine the maintenance and the construction assessments, and I'll recap those right here. So as written in the engineer's report, the construction component would be $76.06, the maintenance component $23.04, for a total maximum assessment rate of $99.10. So again, that's as the engineer's report, if approved as is. Alternative number 1, with that construction component of $71.42, along with the maintenance component of the $23.04, we have a total maximum assessment of $94.46 with alternative number 1. That was the 50% reimbursement. And then alternative number 2, with the construction component of $66.78 added to the maintenance component of $23.04, we have a total maximum assessment of $89.82 for alternative 2, which is no reimbursement. I'd like to remind City Council that tonight's topic pertains to the Deer Ridge Landscape Improvements CIP project, which includes improvements to only those 14 areas that have been identified on the map that is included in your staff report, and the actions necessary for the formation of LLAD 21-1 associated with this project. This agenda does not extend to discussion of such topics as community enrichment enforcement efforts, citation fees, or the golf course reuse plans. Myself, our park planner Joe Ojawalski, and our landscape and lighting assessment district consultants from Francisco Associate, Ed Espinoza and Brian Brown, are also on the line, and other staff members as well are here to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Councilperson Mendoza.
Hello, thank you, Aaron, for that. What is the current LLAD that Deer Ridge residents pay? Like per?
Yes, I have. So Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 99-5, Deer Ridge Country Club is the current Landscape and Lighting Assessment District since the 1999 era. They have a maximum rate of $845.20, but their fiscal year actual assessment for 21-22 is $579.07. So in addition to the $579 assessment, this project as proposed would add a $99.10 annual assessment, identified as LLD 21-1. Okay.
Is there any changes on the horizon of the 57907? Or because you said there's a maximum of 845.20, but they're paying 57907. Is there any studies going around that would change anytime soon?
We don't have any indication right now of that changing, no.
Okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Rary.
Since the landscape and fountain improvements are currently the responsibility of WBA, formerly Deer Ridge Golf Club, LLC, shouldn't either one of those entities be responsible for the cost of the landscape and fountain improvements for a total of $371,900, especially since they were allowed to die? I mean, they would need to replace them, or they will have to replace them if, anyway, so, you know, is it possible to go after them to collect those fees and ultimately reduce the amount that homeowners would have to pay in this LLAD?
Completely understand. Hopefully I completely understand the question. Yes, as the staff report and engineer's report and everything was designed, it was with the intent of the city taking over the actual land. There actually will be a land transfer for that front area. The intent was to bring that area, as well as all those other areas identified, up to current city standards. So that was not identified prior to us starting this piece of the project, but we can certainly work with the new property owner after the fact, which could possibly assist with lowering the assessments or keeping them down, depending on what could be negotiated. But that would require negotiation, and we just haven't had enough time to really negotiate anything. We were just focused on getting this project as is, and what we originally set out to be. So unless, I know the city manager was having some discussions with the WBA as well. So I don't know if Tim wants to add anything to that.
You answered it well, Aaron. And to your question, Councilmember Rary, yes, the property owners are responsible for maintaining their property, consistent with our municipal code. The issue here, obviously, is that the prior owner didn't have the financial wherewithal or the willingness to maintain the property, hence this ongoing discussion of forming this lighting and landscaping district over the last 18 months or so. And this is now finally the process to effectuate that. But we have had conversations with the new owner, and they are currently working with staff to renovate the entryway feature, the brickwork that was recently burned in a fire. And so that is going to be formalized in agreements to ensure that that does occur.
Yeah, I think we need to go after them to pay for that part of the landscaping and the fountain improvements. I think if we can get that funding, and I understand that we need to approve this to move forward, but ultimately, if we can get that amount of money, it would reduce that on what the homeowners ultimately would have to pay. I mean, that's almost half of that going away. Plus, if you throw in that $100,000, $102,000, we're, getting closer to $500,000 off the bill that they would be responsible for. And I think that the homeowners would be a lot happier with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. A couple of them. And Damien, I saw you pop up, so I'll be careful. The first question would be around that $579.07. And you mentioned to Councilmember Mendoza that you did not foresee that increasing any time. What would necessitate an increase in that?
Oh, great question. Typically, water bills are huge, but they're going to be, who knows, in the coming months, they may be down to nothing, and there may be a lot of savings actually in the water bills. But in the last couple of years, the water bills have actually been increasing. So utility bills tend to drive it, and always the capital replacement, which fortunately for this, well, if you want to say fortunately, there's no parks up there with the exception of Oak Meadow, so there's no capital replacements for big ticket items like playground replacement, major sound walls, and items like that. So typically it would be big ticket items that need replacement. That's what drives that up, as well as utility rates.
Thank you. So when Deer Ridge residents moved in, whether they moved in at the first build or if they moved in after the fact as secondary owners, whatever, they came in with an expectation about their landscaping being at a certain level, about a city-approved level. And I know that homes are also expected, individual homeowners are expected to maintain that same level. So my question would be the transfer of property ownership. I'm not sure why we did that if it wasn't at that level. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if I'm making that very clear. I'm not understanding. I feel like we're going backwards. I feel like we're kind of taking the responsibility out of the people whose responsibility it was to maintain a city standard, and now going backwards instead of pulling it from the people that should have been responsible for that. We're making the residents. And I understand the LLAD, the discussions happen 18 months. I understand this needs to happen. I'm just not entirely clear on, do you understand what I'm saying when I say
I do, and I can't speak for code enforcement and enhancement and the community development piece of that. The city standards, when the city maintains landscape, then Parks has the purview over the keeping it up to city standards. So, and we have a city maintenance standards that we update periodically, but regardless, so we hold our landscape maintenance contractors up to a standard, but if that's not who's maintaining the property as Parks, we don't have purview over maintaining that standard. So when it's a private property or private entity, that's where community development gets involved with keeping that standard up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, then I'm wondering if that means I have a question for them. I don't know if that happens tonight. The other question I had, which I think I might have forgotten right now, I took a bunch of notes. Oh, I know. You mentioned the negotiation back and forth, and that there wasn't time to negotiate. There was more the focus on getting this all put together. Would there be time to negotiate prior to when the town hall happens?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we'll continue discussions with the new property owner. We're speaking with them on a weekly basis anyways, and we can certainly continue negotiating and see where it can go. Absolutely. We'll continue that.
Okay, thank you. I'm just double checking to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. I'm just wondering if we're fully ready for this to be presented. Has everything been presented in a way that the public understands? I'm sure we're going to hear about this in our public comments and probably have some more discussion after that. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
And if it helps, we will have that town hall with all the residents invited at July 15th, which is before the public hearing. So they'll have that meeting with the public to discuss, as well as at the public hearing on August 24th. So they'll have a couple more options in a public setting.
And we'll have community development there and code enforcement to answer.
The city will be well represented, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, quick question in regards to the options. When you say $94.46, that's per year, right?
Yes, annual assessment.
The annual assessment, okay. So each resident would pay that out on a yearly basis?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say the different, there's a 94.4, which is one option, and then there's $86.82, which is the second option, and that reduction is because if we were to support the $102,600, right?
It's not tied to the construction piece of the project at all. It's only tied to the $102,000 and change upfront cost that needs to be reimbursed or not reimbursed or 50% reimbursed. So that's all that.
So I know I read everything, but just to make it clear for the public, is that 102, is that for construction, or is that the initial cost for the plans and what do they call it? Golly, could you help me out here?
The plans and the engineers report.
There you go.
That's why we hired the BKF was the engineer, and that's who came up with the cost estimate as well as the plans for the 14 sites and what needs to be done to those 14 sites.
So the $102,600 is the engineering report.
Pays for the initiation of the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I do have a question also, and I'm sure this is to Damien. So make sure I stay within the bounds of what this agenda item is. But is there a mechanism regarding this for subrogation for this on the city's behalf for these fees to the previous owner and not the current owner?
I think I understand your question, Mr. Mayor, and I think that getting to this discussion starts to move it away from what's on the agenda tonight. The focus really is whether or not to move forward with initiating a public hearing on this item, as well as determining what the options will be for the city reimbursement or the city assisting in the process.
Okay, I'll hold that question until further down in the process. Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I had a follow-up. I understand that 60 to 70% of the city is covered by LLADs, and I'm wondering if you can help us and the public to understand how many of these other LLADs are covering both the residential and the city right-of-way portions of their surroundings. I mean, how does that work?
That sounds like that's a special versus general question, which I would gladly defer to our LLAD consultants, which are Ed and I see Brian's name up there. So if Brian, you can address that question from Councilmember Meyer, please.
Yeah, so if I understand the question is how many of the LLADs pay for both like an in-tract and maybe a larger like citywide arterial or improvements of citywide benefit. Is that correct?
Yes, but more in the areas that are immediately surrounding their residents, not just specifically citywide.
So all the LLADs are going to contribute towards citywide improvements. With that said, I'd say almost all of any LLAD that has any in-tract, what I'll call in-tract, or improvements that are to be maintained by the city. So in this case, right-of-way areas, landscape within in-tract developments, any of those LLADs, which would be a vast majority of them, would be contributing towards these same costs. And I would say the difference here is had these areas been city maintained at the formation of the LLAD, they would have been included within the LLAD 99-5. However, these were areas that were being privately maintained, so therefore they weren't in the purview of the original LLAD.
So any speculation of what these LLADs would have been if they were part of the original LLAD is purely just speculation?
Sorry, could you say that again?
I'm not sure I can say that again, but I'll try.
Okay.
My question is, if the original LLAD were to have included these right-of-ways as opposed to being, previously owned by and now owned by the city, and how would you know what the cost would have been then? I'm not thinking.
So is the question, had these areas been included at formation of the original LLAD, how would this have impacted their maximum assessment or what they're paying today?
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So I think the main difference would be as it relates to that construction component of our existing LLAD. So I would imagine that if I was to speculate, you'd have another, $23 to $25 added onto the existing LLAD, which is for the maintenance component.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
A follow-up on that, something that the other council members, the newer council members, not be aware of, but when a business businesses have the option to either maintain them themselves, the land surrounding the parklets around their properties, or pay the city to do it. And so they can either opt in or opt out. And so these areas are specifically adjacent to the now defunct golf course. And the golf course, since they maintained golf courses, they took it over versus paying the city to do it. So, and if I'm wrong in that, if the consultant would speak to that.
I think that sounds accurate. I mean, there are areas that, and I think here is a great example, that were to be maintained by the property owner. And for that reason, the capacity to assess and then maintain these areas was not in the original purview of the original act.
So just to clarify, and I'm sorry if anyone else had a question, we would have been talking about an additional $20-something per year as opposed to the $99.
Yeah, essentially we would have just added this landscaping to the original landscaping, so it would have been included already. Plus, the developer would have did the install and hooked the water up to our irrigation back in '99. So that's the void point is the construction piece. But the maintenance, it is what it is. It's still that rate would have just increased, but the acreage would have just been added at the front.
Thank you, Aaron.
Well, real quick to that, though, the other portion, homeowners pay for it, but you basically pay for it when you're buying your house instead of paying for it every single year, right? All this stuff ultimately is part of your purchase price. It's just that in this case, because, they didn't do that, now we're kind of doing it. Like the homeowners would be doing it to a certain extent. So it's not like it doesn't ever get paid. It becomes part of the LLAD when you buy your house and that developer chooses to be part of an LLAD. We pay for it some way or another. This is just after the fact because they no longer want to maintain it, right? Kind of. But someone has to, somewhere down the road, pay for that. Is that correct?
I'm not an HOA expert, and I see Ed joining in there.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza, I think you're generally correct in that with that comment. I think when a development comes along, the developer, through negotiations with the city, forms either a LLAD or a community facilities district, and that ultimate assessment rate or special tax rate that is determined when those districts are established, when the development is coming along, that's definitely factored into the purchase price or the sales price of the home. So I think that's that's a correct statement, generally speaking. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, then at this time we will go to public comments. Margaret?
I received one written public comment on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these have been made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted when your timer has expired. I have 2 hands raised. I will start with Rod, followed by Victoria Sandberg.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, my concern with this tonight is that we don't know anything going into it, and so what I'm asking for, the the resolution sets a timeline for the ballot and public hearing on the proposed LLAD with no time for community input into the process of creating the LLAD plan. It's up or down, and no alternatives have been fully explored. Given the engineering report was only published last Thursday afternoon as part of the agenda packet, it's not giving the community enough time to digest the report and suggest improvements or ask for explanations. And just even what I'm hearing tonight, I'm hearing stuff I didn't know in advance, and that's alarming to me as a homeowner. We should all know this coming in. I propose, I'm asking not to pass a resolution tonight, and let's take a little time to make sure we all understand the process and examine alternatives. I'm proposing the community be given an opportunity to comment on the proposal as it stands, and I also propose that we speak with the new property owners, World Business Academy, and get their input as to the alternatives they may have to retain the maintenance of the park strips and other areas. The price tag on this is higher than we first anticipated. It just seems it goes up every time there's an estimate, and now it's even higher. And the situation on the ground has changed. The new owner has been moving forward with needed upkeep on the property, and they may very well be able to just do the needed maintenance at a savings of over $700,000 to the homeowners. There seems to be a requirement for the city to completely resupply the affected areas from a different water supply, which is a major expense, and I don't see anything about that even in the engineering report that's in the packet anyway. But the new owners would be able to use their existing water supply that the irrigation is already tied into, and so they may not object to the expense of just bringing in the landscaping and the new plants because they're going to be doing that kind of work anyway. Wow, I'm running way out of time. We need to, as far as I know, nobody even ever thought to ask them about it. Listen, so please table this for a while. We can come back to it after we've had more time to digest the report. I know we're in a hurry to get this done last year, and I hope we could save some of the trees and shrubs, but that ship sailed, and there's less urgency now. So please, let's just take a little time, get some public input, including input from the new ownership, into the final plan before submitting it for a vote. Otherwise, I feel that the measure will not generate enough support to pass. And just very briefly, my information was there was an audit of the LLAD, and 99.1 was found to cover more territory than thought. And yes, there was going to be an increase in the max, and we were going to be brought up to the max. So that's very different from what I'm hearing here tonight. And so I would really like time to explore that and find out what happened with that and whether or not that's still in the works somewhere. And I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victoria Sandberg, followed by Mike. Victoria, go ahead.
Good evening. I just want to express my deep appreciation for Councilperson Rary, who has set the bar for being a responsive representative. Thank you for bringing this matter to the council initially. Thank you, council members, for moving forward with the engineer's report. And thank you, city staff, for your hours of hard work on this project. I'm very happy and excited that we are finally at this point in the process. I'm asking that you continue the progress and vote to adopt this resolution tonight. The $99 assessment is right in line with the estimate that we were given for the survey that most of the respondents voted affirmatively. If you do move forward, we, the residents of Deer Ridge, will have the opportunity to control these important landscape elements in our neighborhood and to know they will always be maintained to city standards, no matter what happens to the golf course property. We will have the chance to enhance and protect our property values. And as an added bonus, we will have a working and always maintained fountain at the entrance, something some of us never thought we would see again, all for less than 2 Starbucks drinks a month. This is the best thing for the neighborhood, and I urge the council to move ahead on it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike. Mike, go ahead.
Good evening. I just want to say I agree with Rod. I think we should hold off on moving forward with the LLD. And I also have a question, really. The use permit for that clubhouse, I got a copy of it from the city clerk, and it says that the owner was to hook up to the city's recycled water pipeline on Belfour, and my understanding is that that was never done. So if I'm wrong, could you please let me know? I think it makes a big difference. I mean, if that was done, would our LLD be less per month? Because your consultant just said that the cost of water is going to go up. So, yeah, that's concerning that we never got that done. And I think the city should take some responsibility if that's the case. I'd appreciate some input as to whether that was ever done. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol Velez, followed by Wayne Francis.
Hi. I really wanted to just also begin with a big thank you to the City Council and the staff for all the work that you're putting to this. I know that you're paying attention to us in Deer Ridge, and that's definitely appreciated. And I'm still a little bit confused about tonight, but one thing I'd like to say is I think the city should probably take on the full amount due pertaining to, just because of all the issues with the previous owners that seem to be falling through the crack. But with that said, I would like to say that anything to negotiate with WBA would be amazing. If you look at their 990s, they tend to get loans often from their board members, so they have money flowing in and out. So I think negotiations with WBA really need to happen. So ultimately, I'm a bit confused after hearing some of the presentation tonight about what happens if you say yes. So my questions are, you mentioned town halls and negotiations with WBA. So after these conversations, are you still able to change what you're voting on tonight? What exactly are you voting on tonight? Can you elaborate a little bit more also about the water issue that's been brought up by two previous people that have commented? So I guess if you approve tonight, can you still have WBA pay for some of this majority? Can you still negotiate? What happens? Are these town halls just informational, or are they actually going to change anything? So I think a lot more clarification would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wayne Francis.
Thank you, Margaret, and good evening, council members. I have a few questions, or at least comments, to make about this LLAD, and unlike some of the previous speakers, I'm not very happy with how things have developed thus far. I think what needs to be taken into consideration is that WBA got an asset, Suncoast got fines waived and a tax write-off for transferring an asset to his brother's nonprofit. Okay? We have had to live with the blight for 3 years, reducing our home values as a result of the blight and uncertainty. Now we are supposed to pay for the LLAD for property that WBA now owns. This is totally ridiculous. It's just like asking a neighbor to pay for somebody else's property tax or their obligations just because. On top of that, code enforcement is enforcing municipal code violations on the residents, including properties that I own. But there is glaring violations with the abandoned former golf course, and there are crickets. Yes, they seem to be doing some work, but they still have glaring violations that don't seem to be addressed. I urge you to do better. Also, enforce equal protection under the law. Stop with selective and arbitrary code enforcement and not enforcing code violations with WBA, which you did with their previous owner, Suncoast. I was originally for the LLAD proposal, but cannot support that with the transfer of the property. Suncoast was absolved of their liability, and now the residents are expected to pay for their responsibility. It's a non-starter for me. It does not compute. I don't see how this makes sense to anybody. Clearly, the area needs to be taken care of, but it needs to be taken care of by the owners. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you had asked if it could go back retroactively to Suncoast. I really don't care which one of the entities because I see them as one of the same. But this needs to be shouldered by the entities that own the property. And for the city's role, since they chose to waive the $46,000 in assessed fines, that $46,000 should be used to pay for the assessment plans and engineering report, reducing what the homeowners have to pay for the city's negligence. And I use that word strongly because that's what it was. It was negligence. I think it needs to go back to the table where they renegotiate who pays for this and how much. Now that we have new owners, and I think that's what we need to do, table this proposal until we have some greater clarification. Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments. And before we go into council discussion, if we could have staff clarify exactly what tonight's vote does. Some of the questions were very on point as to the community being clearly able to understand what this vote means tonight. I think that's very important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sounds like quite a bit of the issue is lack of information at nobody's fault intentionally, just a lack of information. Tonight is just moving it forward with the resolution of intent and scheduling the public hearing for August 24th. We also advertised the town hall meeting on July 15th. So at that point in time, between now and then, all this information can be answered and then will be answered at the 15th and at the 24th of August. So council's not approving the project itself tonight. You'll have a couple more opportunities to hear more and learn more, and then it's the public hearing where it gets all thrown out there, and at that point when council will have the opportunity to approve the project or not. So again, this is just a piece of the phase 2 of a lengthy process to get to that public hearing. So again, all this information will be out there prior to the 15th, at the 15th, and certainly by the August 24th meeting. So I think that addresses at least the public outreach part of it, which seems to be a big question from a lot of those phone calls.
One of the questions that I heard that needs clarification is tonight, the decision is simply to move forward the process. Are we voting on which assessment, item 1, item 2?
I should have added that too. We do need to know the alternative because that affects the ballots that will be going out within the week. I see Ed. The schedule for getting ballots out, Ed, do you have that?
Yeah, so your parks manager is absolutely right. So tonight, assuming City Council elects to adopt the resolution, you are initiating the process and declaring the intention to levy assessments and essentially approving or authorizing city staff to proceed with the Proposition 218 proceedings, which is comprised of the noticing and balloting process. With that being said, in order for us to send out the notices and ballots, we need a final determination on what the proposed assessment rate is. And ultimately, the proposed assessment is going to come down to one of these 3 alternatives, the first being the assessment that is shown in the engineer's report that's attached to this council item. And then there's alternative 1 and alternative 2, which alternative 1 is half of the funding being covered, the initial funding for the design and the formation of the district being funded, which leads to a slightly lower proposed assessment rate, or alternative 2, which is all of the initial funding for the design and the formation being covered, and so that leads to an even lower assessment rate. if council elects to adopt a resolution and approve the preliminary engineer's report, either as shown with the rates in the engineer's report or as modified via one of these alternatives, we would have everything we need to send out the notices and ballots and stick to the current schedule, which currently the notices and ballots would be sent out no later than July 9th. They have to be mailed a minimum of 45 days prior to the public hearing. The public hearing is scheduled currently for August 24th. And then the ballots are intended to be tabulated the very next day, and the results of the ballot tabulation would be presented at City Council, the following council meeting, I believe, on September 14th. So that is the current schedule. But in order to proceed with that schedule, we would need a council decision on the proposed assessment rate tonight to stick to that schedule that I just mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rary?
I have a couple more questions for staff. First, can you explain what will take place at the town hall on July 15th?
Yes, it'll be a complete overview of the project, where we're at. We've been taking questions on the fly anyways from phone calls and whatnot. So just compiling all the information and questions we're receiving, like the handful we received tonight as well, and be able to provide complete answers and complete information. So it's an open forum for question and answers. So it gives the residents an opportunity to ask whatever they want to ask.
I'm a very visual person, and like the presentation this evening without a slideshow was difficult to follow. Will there be a presentation for the public that they'll be able to follow?
We can absolutely put together, the numbers on a spreadsheet to keep it in a simple, readable format, absolutely.
Well, not just on a spreadsheet. I mean, breaking it down a little bit more than just a spreadsheet and talking about each section and because even with a spreadsheet, some people just, need pretty pictures and what's going to happen with that? Here's landscaping, and landscaping is going to cost us this much. Here's the construction part of it, the roadways, and X amount of dollars will go to roadways, X amount of dollars will go for the repiping and such like that. So it's really broken down for residents to visually see, as well as any type of FAQ that you can put on our website regarding this entire process.
Absolutely. We've received questions about what exactly is being paid for here. So we can certainly outline it. Yeah, absolutely.
So the next question is that at a maximum, it'll be $99.10 or whatever it was. Depending on if we pick alternate 1 or alternate 2, we could go down to, $94.86 and change or something like that. But ultimately, if WBA steps up to the plate and says, sure, we'll pay for this, it could actually go down even more. We're not going to charge residents $99 or even $86 if the total costs have been drastically reduced because WBA stepped up to the plate. But at the maximum they're going to vote for is $99 and change.
No, that's an excellent point, and the key word there is a maximum. It will not go over that. If anything, it'll come down from that, if all things stay equal.
So one of the problems that you had in determining connection to these sites was the fact that there was no drawings telling you where the irrigation and so forth was, correct? Or at least none that could be found.
The minimal ones we had access to just showed their irrigation being tied into the ponds down at the front. Yes, the minimal plans we were able to see.
And the Suncoast, Deer Ridge Golf Club, LLC, had stated that it was about $150,000 to replace the pump, and since they just didn't have that financially to do. And so that's why they weren't going to continue on with the golf course. There's been discussion this evening that, you know, that they have a source to water, and that that we should just let WBA take over the maintenance of that, instead of going through this costly process. But is it also true that because they've ripped out all the pipes through the golf course, that the irrigation, that we don't actually know that there is water, even if the pump at $150,000 was to be replaced, that water would actually go to any or all of the sites?
Yeah, and that's not only the biggest piece of the problem. The biggest piece is we don't own that property. We're not in the lake management business. That's a whole different animal. But to your point, yeah, the irrigation from that source would be a nightmare to try to piece back together on somebody else's property, no less, where we'd have to get rights to not just the water, but to pass through those properties, numerous properties to get to it. So their current situation, it was not feasible for city to take on.
There was also a comment about not connecting to the purple pipes, but that's recycled water, which also comes at a cost. Is it cheaper for recycled water or getting water straight from East Contra Costa Irrigation District, which is where they get their water from, correct?
Yes, correct. And I don't have the water rates with me right now. I just know the recycled and the raw water come at a cheaper price than city potable water. And as far as that purple pipe going up to the clubhouse, we did not research that piece of property. That wasn't part of this project. So I can't confirm if there's non-potable up to that clubhouse or not.
Okay. And I think that's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Meyer had her hand up first.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mendoza. I am a bit concerned in looking at this timeline, and I may be misunderstanding, but it looked like the ballots would be going out or potentially even received by July 9th, and that the town hall is not until the 15th. So we could potentially be having people vote without having all the information really that they need, or that might change their vote if they attended the town hall. That's one of my concerns. I'm also not clear on how we can definitively choose what alternative we prefer with all of these variables happening. The discussion about potentially WBA taking on some of these costs, or, I mean, I guess water's not a variable really anymore, sounds like. Yeah. I guess there's not really a way to ever find out if there is. But there are a few things that could potentially change how people would vote based on what WBA decides to do. I know this is a matter of kind of like hurry up and slow down. This has been going on for a long time. People have been anticipating it for a long time, but I have some concerns about being able to vote with a clear picture tonight when some of these things, like if we do vote tonight and we choose an option, what happens to negotiations at that point? Can someone answer that?
Either way, there'll be communications and negotiations going on with WBA, just as they're the new new player in town for that piece of property, so to speak, for lack of a better word. The July 15th, just remember, August 24th is when the ballots are due, so they're going to have almost 30 days after that town meeting to think about it some more. So there is quite a bit of time before the ballots are due.
I think more my concern on that one is if someone were to receive the ballot July 9th and vote thinking they've got the complete picture and then in turn attend a town hall and realize they could ask more questions that would really have helped them vote, that could cause some difficulty.
Yeah, understood it. Oh, go ahead, Ed.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when we did the calendar, July 4th was like the time to do the town meeting, and that would have been no one's around that week. So even that full week was a challenge. So that's where that second week, and knowing that the ballot would come to them, and then they would know there's a meeting coming up, so they might be able to have questions posed from the ballot itself to take to the town meeting. So it just seemed like it made more sense to do it at that time frame and still give the residents plenty of time to chew on it until the August 24th due date.
So that does make sense. If that were the case, of course, I would love to see some language on the ballot to say that. If you have any questions, please understand, before you vote, you are certainly welcome to attend this town hall. But I'm wondering if either of you can think about what some of the residents were talking about when they were asking for a delay and asking for us to hold off and just give them a little bit more time to process the engineer's report, et cetera, et cetera. How would you answer those questions?
Well, maybe let me add a couple comments in case it's helpful, because I think Councilmember Meyer, you had a couple really good questions. So in terms of the assessment, as Councilmember Rary and your Parks Manager mentioned a little earlier, what we're establishing as part of this process is the maximum assessment. So there's nothing that would keep or prevent the city from negotiating with WBA and ultimately would result in a lower assessment that is actually applied, right, on property tax bills. So what we're establishing as part of this process is a maximum assessment. Hypothetically, if there were some sort of agreement reached with WBA that resulted in a lower assessment, the city every fiscal year through the annual levy process has the option to assess at a lower rate. So there's that in case that's helpful. And then as far as your question regarding a property owner wanting to perhaps change their vote, because you're right. I mean, with the current timeline, the ballots would go out, I believe, no later than July 9th. So they'd receive it probably early the following week, Monday or Tuesday of the following week, right before the town hall. A property owner can either change or withdraw their ballot up until the public input portion of the public hearing.
Oh.
So if they, let's just say they get their ballot, they submit it, they attend the town hall, they change their mind, up until August 24th, they can request a replacement ballot to change their vote, or they can reach out to city staff and withdraw their vote and withdraw their ballot, and all that can be done up until the public input portion of the public hearing. With that being said, I defer to city staff and city council as far as your direction to delay the process or postpone it to a later date. So I turn it over to Aaron and city staff to
one additional item I'd like to add and kind of piggyback on what Ed said. As it relates to the ballots being mailed, that they will also receive a notice with that ballot. And that ballot will inform them that there is this town hall meeting that exists with a presentation as well as an opportunity to answer any questions they may have. So it would be, when they receive that ballot, they will also receive on that notice information related to the assessment itself, as well as being informed that there is an upcoming meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. If the clubhouse were to open soon, where would they get their water from?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure what they're hooked up to now or what that plan would be. I don't know.
So they have to figure out a plan if they want gardens, if they want clubhouse. There's no plans for that right now. They don't get their water from right now, right?
Not to my knowledge, but right. But again, we just researched the properties associated with this project. I don't know what the clubhouse arrangement is.
Okay. This WBA conversation seems to be a little new. I hadn't heard about this negotiation before with WBA. What the survey results, and just I can't remember exactly, were they overwhelming to do the LLAD? People wanted to do it? Was that the survey results, if I kind of vaguely remember that?
And I don't have those numbers. It was in the 72% approval. There wasn't a whole lot, and I don't know the number, but it was at 72% of the 100 and something that came in, maybe 200. I don't have those numbers handy.
Okay, nothing has changed in the negative. The numbers are pretty much the same. If we got a negotiation and we got something from WBA, that would be an incremental benefit, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. The $102,600, whatever, $102,000. We did do away with, I think, $46,000 in fees. I think they have some more fees that are still on the books. I would be okay with the city, and this is not in every incident. This is only in this one because of what happened with the $46,000. I do, we all pay for our own lighting, landscaping, all that good stuff. But in this case, I do believe that we had a hiccup, and I don't feel good about what happened with those $46,000 because any of that we could have used to eliminate some of the engineering. So I like alternative number 2. So again, for 10 years, it would be $89.82. After 10 years, it drops down to $23.04, correct?
It drops down to $31. It would be the $23.04, but over a 10-year period, we have to look into the CPI increase. So it will only be a maintenance charge or assessment at that point.
Okay, so in today's dollars, $23, and tomorrow's dollars with inflation, $31. Okay. Is there anything that keeps us from, we heard a couple people call in that it's not enough time. Is there anything that keeps us from saying, well, let's put the brakes on August, can we move it a month? Would that, that might make some people more, it is a lot of engineering stuff. I'm not the brightest in that, and it took me a bit to read it. Is there any benefit of extending it, or is it possibility to extend it? We could vote today and start it going, but just move the final date. Or is there
processing, the tax roll and how it affects assessments and the county. Again, I would have to defer to our LLAD consultants on the processes and what it might affect by prolonging it. But construction-wise, it doesn't affect any other than costs. But yeah.
And then in my previous life, before I sat in this seat, I used to actually bug staff a lot, and you guys were awesome with questions. Can the public just call you and, pummel you with questions? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. We're open, even though we're not. We're open. No, we've been here. Yeah, we definitely recommend phone calls. Absolutely.
And I will attest to it. I had crazy questions, and they were always very, very awesome answering my questions. Very nice. Never treated me like I was dumb or anything. So they were great. So I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Councilmember Meyer brought up a point about a possible reduction based on WBA. That's only lighting, that's landscape and fountain improvements only. Those are things that they would have had to replace or should have replaced. And the amount that for alternative 1 and alternative 2 is for the engineers and construction costs and maintenance costs. Those were something that we approved several months ago, that we would pay for that and then be reimbursed and so tonight we decide on whether or not we take and absorb the entire $102,000 and don't pass that along to the residents in the new LLAD, or we do 50%, or we do none. And actually, when I had requested, my amount was more like 65 to 70% is what I was, closer to 70% was what I was looking at, based on some things I was looking at. But the 100% is a much better option, but I'm sure the residents there would agree with that as well. I don't think we'd get an argument out of them at all if the city council decided to absorb that entire $102,000 for that engineer's report, construction figures, and maintenance fees. So anyway, that I just wanted to go into that. I too would say the 100%. I mean that would be the way that I would like to proceed on this. I do think that we do need to get an FAQ up there, and we need to, there's so many different Deer Ridge pages. I mean, you click on one and expect to get an answer for something, and it's not on that page, then you got to find another Deer Ridge page. So if we can consolidate Deer Ridge into one single Deer Ridge page and have this one up at the top of all the information, that would be great. Extending the amount of time, I don't know. I think once these figures can be brought out there and discussions can be had at the town hall, virtual or in person, whichever way, I think it said it was going to be virtual, might answer the questions for the people on whether or not they want to support this or not. Ultimately, it's up to the resident. All we're doing is providing them with the option of beautifying the entrance and maintaining those areas or not. And so that's all we're doing tonight, is setting a date for that public hearing, at which time the residents will tell us, do they want it or do they not? So I say 100% is the way we should go.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I know that at a previous meeting that we had in regards to this topic, we were, one of the things that was brought up, I know that Councilmember Rary, like she had mentioned, was to pay for a portion of the engineering report. And then I know that we were looking at the American Resource Plan, rescue plan that was coming out in regards to the $6.9 million. And my understanding is that the money from that we're not going to be able to utilize for this. I know I had recommended that we pay 100% at that time with those funds. But I'm still in the same position as both council members have mentioned, that I think that we should support this at 100%. I think the city should cover the one option number 2, the $102,600. I felt the same way from the beginning when we had that discussion. So I also agree with both those council members that we should cover those costs and then move forward and give our staff the opportunity to put these workshops and town hall meetings together to be able to answer all the questions. And I think my understanding, and hear it correctly, is if we move forward tonight, the things that we're asking and the residents are asking are going to continue and then also be discussed at those town hall meetings to be able to give them an update, but at the same time, hopefully be able to work with these different groups to support this project in different areas. Is that correct?
Yep, you hit it right on. Perfect.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I think that we should move forward. I don't know when, if it's the right time. I don't know if there's more questions, but I think that we should, move forward with this.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement because I'm feeling the same way everyone else appears to be. That this is not, we're not establishing a precedent here for how we would handle this an LLAD. Why is that so hard to say? A LAD adoption anywhere else in the city. I think what we're doing is, in good faith, trying to show the residents of Deer Ridge that we understand the situation they're in, and we're doing our best to work with them to improve it without breaking the bank. And we're doing some things here that we might not do in another situation, but this is all about good faith to me. So I would also agree with Alternative 2 with the idea that this town hall will be very interesting and hopefully very well attended, and I hope we can promote the heck out of it so that we get a lot of residents there and a really robust conversation. Thank you.
Before I call on Councilmember Rary, I will also agree. I think one of the callers brought out a very good point, and that is with this connected to the city through the LLAD, regardless of what happens in the future with whomever or whatever that property owner does or does not do, these are areas that will be protected in perpetuity. They'll be maintained. There won't be a question as to the water supply. So all of my other questions have already been asked and answered through other council members. So, but I do agree as well. Councilmember Rary.
I just wanted to make the motion. I started working on this in October of 2019. October of 2019, I've been working on this. The residents have been through a lot, and I think it's time to put it out for them to decide on whether this is how they would like to proceed or not. We're not making that decision for them. We're giving them the opportunity to vote on whether it's important to them or not. With that said, affirmative or alternate number 2 is the, I don't have the agenda right here. The alternative number 2 is 100%, correct? Yes?
Yes.
The detail in the staff report adopts a resolution regarding the formation of a landscape and lighting assessment district number 21-1, Deer Ridge Landscape Improvements, declaring an intent to levy and collect assessments and setting a public hearing for the date of August 24th, 2021 at 7 p.m. Using alternative number 2, and to follow through with WBA for landscape and fountain improvements, reimbursements.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
We have a second. Margaret, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Aaron and staff and consultants for your help. Moving on to item D3. It's a resolution amending the 2020, 2021, and the 2021-22 operating budgets and 2021-22 capital through 2025-26 capital improvement program. And I will turn this to Christine Andrews now. Christine?
Great. Let me share my screen here really quick. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My report tonight is a brief summary of the direction given by City Council at the May 25th budget workshop. In this report, I would like to summarize City Council's direction for the American Rescue Plan Act funds, then move on to recap the pandemic budget cuts directed to be restored by the City Council at the May workshop. And this direction has been incorporated into the budget amendments included in this staff report tonight. I would also like to present some additional details of the pension paydown plan approved at the workshop. And I will provide an updated 2-year general fund budget surplus projection along with an updated 10-year fiscal model forecast, which also incorporates all of the impacts from the direction given over the past month. And then finally, a recap of next steps. Starting with the American Rescue Plan Act, Brentwood's allocation of funds is about $6.9 million, and the City Council gave direction that staff should evaluate the final U.S. Treasury guidance, which is expected to be issued in July, and present allowable uses to be discussed in conjunction with the development of the next strategic plan in the fall. And staff is going to focus on revenue replacement, which provides the most flexibility for use, as any funds allocated to this category become eligible for use in the provision of government services. And last spring, budget cuts were made to the operating budget as the city prepared for what was expected to be severe economic impacts from the pandemic. And at the workshop in May, staff sought direction on council's desire to restore some of these pandemic budget cuts. The council gave direction to restore funding for budgets with one-time costs. There were 4 master plan projects restored, including pickleball courts at Creekside Park, restrooms at Guerin and Creekside Park, fencing at Sunset Park, which is going to facilitate the opening of the park for non-scheduled use, and also trail improvements. Fiscal year 2021-21-22 strategic plan initiative funding was restored for the Human Resources Internship and Career Passport programs. And in addition, the City Council gave direction to restore funding for certain economic development strategic plan initiatives. And these included the Downtown Beautification Program in the amount of $121,000, marketing materials for specific industries for $30,000, and funding for the Main Street America initiative of $190,000. The Main Street Initiative would complete the Main Street Accreditation Program for the downtown area, and these program standards require a full-time downtown manager and a physical office location for accreditation to be complete. And funding would allow the hiring of an executive director by the Downtown Business Coalition at a cost of $50,000 for 21-22. And then a continuing commitment of funding of $70,000 in both 22-23 and 23-24. Direction was also received to utilize $100,000 from the proposed restoration of the parking management plan and to instead develop a citywide beautification program initiative. The $100,000 budget will be reserved in the general fund at the end of 2021. And a plan for a citywide program will be brought by the economic development staff for consideration of approval at a future meeting. Budgets were restored for ongoing costs to provide for 12 additional weekly library hours, bringing the total operational hours to 52 hours per week starting in July. Direction was also given to revisit the number of additional weekly hours contracted for with the county at the mid-year budget process in January. The budget was also increased for the pavement management program to bring funding back to pre-pandemic levels and to help maintain our pavement condition index, avoiding costly repairs in the future. And just as a reminder, the cost of the Fifth Beat Strategic Initiative were restored by the City Council at the January 21 mid-year budget review, and these costs are also included in tonight's budget action. The first 2 years of the Fifth Beat operation and startup costs are covered by a $2.5 million general fund reserve that was established by the City Council in 1920. Part of tonight's action is reinstituting the pension paydown policy as approved at the workshop. This policy calls for 50% of any general fund surplus at the end of the fiscal year to go towards paying down unfunded pension or retiree medical obligations. This requirement was suspended when the pandemic hit in the spring of 2020 due to the declared emergency. At the workshop, City Council gave direction that the pause be lifted and half of any surplus at the end of the current and future fiscal years be used to pay down pension obligations in accordance with the Council policy. In addition, at the workshop, the City Council directed that a lump sum payment of $2.5 million be made from the Budget Stabilization Fund to reduce the city's unfunded liabilities and reduce future pension costs. And the action tonight includes the budget to implement this paydown plan. And this plan would require a fair share contribution from other funds of about $955,000. Utilizing these funds to proactively address unfunded obligations will result in reduced future payments of $6.6 million, and that's going to free up funds in coming years for other city services. After incorporating all of the budget restorations and the pension paydown plan, along with an increase in the 30% reserve that's going to be required for the ongoing expenditure increases, the 2-year cumulative budget surplus is now at $1.2 million, as compared to the projected surplus at the workshop of 2.8. The 10-year fiscal model projects operational general fund deficits in fiscal year 22-23 and beyond at an average of approximately $620,000 per year. This level of moderate annual drawdown on the Budget Stabilization Fund has been planned to provide a financial backstop to the general fund until cost reductions are realized in pension and retiree medical costs in the intermediate to long term. The projected deficit may also be reduced by a potential bond refinance opportunity currently being investigated, and staff anticipates bringing the refinance opportunity to the Council for discussion and authorization to proceed on July 27th. The next immediate step is for staff to bring the Council an updated strategic plan which reflects the changes made over the past year. The City Manager's Office anticipates bringing this to the Council in July. Staff also anticipates bringing refinance options for the existing Tech Center bond to the City Council on July 27th. And the refinance would reduce the general fund costs and could potentially expand the allowable uses of the Tech Center if the Council desires. If approved, the refinance would commence with an anticipated closing date of October 2021. Beyond that, staff will continue to provide financial updates as economic conditions warrant, but will be presenting a full financial capacity analysis as part of the strategic planning process in the fall. And of course, we'll be back to the Council with a mid-year budget review in January of 2022. And this is the conclusion of my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Let me try to...
Great. No questions. You did great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no questions of staff then, we will open public comment. I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted when the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call.
I'm sorry, I was muted. If there's no questions of staff at this time, I will open public comment and turn it to Margaret.
My apologies. I had not clicked in the window before I started my whole little script. I received no written public comments on this item. A summary, or no. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call upon Carolina Velaseca first.
Good evening, City Council. The only question I actually have is how will the citywide beautification project work? How will the determination of what gets done where be determined? Will that be consisting of town halls, surveys? Just curious as to how that will work to ensure that the different areas of Brentwood get some love. Thank you.
There are no additional members of the public with their hand raised.
Okay, so at this time, we will close public comments. Normally, again, if we were meeting in public, we could recommend staff meet on the side with the questions and public comments, but since we can't do that right now, if there's anyone in staff that could give the process to answer Ms. Ilseika's questions, I appreciate it.
Terrence has had his hand up.
And I can't see Terrence right now, but Terrence.
You can. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm happy to answer the question. We're actually already working on the grant program. This structure would be a grant that anybody across the city, any commercial business across the city would be eligible to do. The grants would be weighted and approved by the City Council. That's the general gist of the program that we're envisioning, but we're going to be bringing that program to the City Council for you to give your input into that process, but that's the summary of what we're envisioning.
Terrence, does the downtown one, was it facade improvements? Was that what we were looking at? And wasn't that kind of what we had said we wanted that $100,000 to be, was facade improvements for other parts of town?
Absolutely, that's correct. Given how different parts of the city have various conditions, we may want to be a little more flexible, but it's based on a facade improvement program.
Thank you, Terrence. If there's no more council comments or questions, we can take a motion regarding this item.
I'll make a motion to, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution amending the 2020-21 and 2021-22 operating budgets and the 2021-22 through 2025-26 capital improvement program, and making staffing and funding obligations and fund balance revisions.
We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving on to item D4.
Mayor, can we have
yes.
a quick 5-minute break before we start? Because this one might be a long one. So we have a quick 5-minute break.
Is that okay with the rest of council? Okay, absolutely. We will be recessed for 5 minutes. It looks like everyone is back, and so at this time we will return and reopen council from recess.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The red agenda does not have this item on it. So I didn't want you to go into the opening of City Hall, or which is the next thing on the red agenda. Yep.
We're going to D4?
D4.
It's on my red agenda. Page 7 of 9.
Shows the resolution adopting the capital improvement.
Correct.
I think that's it, yeah.
And then D5 goes to the last agenda item.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So item D4, a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-22 through 2025-26 capital improvement program and the 2021-22 operating budget for the housing element update, safety element update, and climate action plan. And I will turn it to Alexis Morris. Alexis.
Thank you. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. This item before you tonight is an amendment to the capital improvement program and the operating budget for to set aside funds for a project that has three components. Those components are an update to the housing element of the general plan, an update to the safety element of the general plan, and the creation of a climate action plan. These three components are being combined into a single project to streamline the consultant selection process and to ensure consistency between the three documents. Next slide, please. Thank you. A certified housing element is one of the 7 mandatory elements of the general plan. The city is required by state law to submit an updated housing element to the state by January 2023. As part of the housing element update process, the city's safety element also needs to be updated to incorporate recent changes in state law. This update is also required to be completed by January 2023. In addition to these updates, the city's general plan includes a policy and action item to develop a climate action plan in order to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions. This climate action plan is not linked in schedule to the mandated housing and safety element updates. Therefore, it is possible that the amount of analysis or outcomes of community engagement might cause the climate action plan to proceed on a schedule different from the housing element and safety element. Staff has conservatively budgeted for a separate CEQA document for the climate action plan in the event the climate action plan ends up proceeding on a separate schedule. This first item was brought to Council on May 25th as part of the adoption of the broader capital improvement program. At that meeting, Council expressed concerns about the extent of the general plan updates described in the CIP, the lack of detail about project components, and the cost of the project. In response, staff conducted a joint Planning Commission and City Council meeting workshop on June 10th that included a deeper dive into the latest housing element requirements. Staff also updated the CIP data sheet to more accurately reflect the project description and to reduce the budget to reflect an amount of $500,000. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a conservative amount that will be refined upon development of the detailed project budget after selection of a project consultant. Staff has also attached a draft RFP to the staff report which discusses each project component in much more detail. Each of the three components includes a number of subtasks, which include in-depth data analysis, multiple draft deliverables, and opportunities for community engagement, both in person, virtually, and through our website. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-22 through 2025-2026 capital improvement program for the housing element update, safety element update and climate action plan, and amending the 2021-2022 operating budget to allow for the funding transfer. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Alexis. I didn't see, one of the things I asked for last time was benchmarks on what other cities are paying for their housing element update. I didn't see that in the document. Was that analysis carried out?
That was provided, that was attached to the memo of the June 10th subcommittee. I'm sorry if that didn't carry through to these attachments. So there was an Institute for Local Government study attached that showed, based on a survey of, I think it was 25 jurisdictions, how much different jurisdictions of different sizes pay for different planning documents, which includes housing elements, CEQA, and that sort of specific plans, a number of different type of planning documents.
Okay, do you recall like what cities paid for what comparable cities? Because again, what I saw for the housing element update, the outreach, the CEQA, all of that, the maximum I saw out there was $129,000.
So it, you know, the cost depends on the population size. So 50 to 100,000 population is how they break it down, or 100,000 and over, and that can be in the range. I think it depends so much on how much community engagement a community does, what type of CEQA document a community does. So a community of our size could spend $120,000 on the housing element and its CEQA. We've done a conservative estimate that has a robust CEQA document expecting a number of comments that need to be responded to. We have a number of community meetings planned for, which cost more than, you know, maybe a planning commission hearing or a city council hearing. So it may be possible for that budget, but we've done a conservative estimate, including a robust community engagement and CEQA document.
Yeah, I just feel uncomfortable with $500,000. I'm going to be honest, and especially like the last time we did our general plan, that was $800,000. So now we're saying like a portion of our general plan is going to be $500,000. It's only $300,000 less. I'm not comfortable with that amount. I wish we would have had a list of the cities tonight that you've reached out to, because with these documents, some are fixed actions, some are variable. So the variable ones I can understand, the bigger the city, but it would have given us a gauge tonight to understand that ask a lot better.
And I apologize. I did provide that on the 10th, and that memo was attached to the staff report, but I looked, the attachments to that memo didn't make it to the staff report. So I do apologize for that not being carried over. And that's a fair comment. So all of these estimates are conservative to allow us, again, this is a set aside that would be refined once we get a scope of work from a consultant. It could be refined down. And I can certainly resubmit.
So yes. The guidebook says $72,000 as the average for a housing element.
So, and I think it's important to remember that's on surveys for past housing elements, and this housing element has a number of new requirements that cities are just now bidding and sending out RFPs and budgeting for. The fair housing requirements are extremely complex and detailed, and those were never put on cities in their past cycle housing elements, affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements.
Not say drag and drop. I mean, this consultant, that's their job. It's a drag and drop that they're doing for the updates of all of these cities, not just ours.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Copy and paste. These are the elements that need to be in it. These are the updates. It's going to be the same no matter what city, as far as a lot of the specifics. And then it boils down to, how do we meet those qualifications for RENA?
So, I mean, we can certainly reduce the budget, and if we need to go over, we can come back. The issue is setting aside some funds and authorizing staff to release an RFP and move forward with the project. And again, the budget would be refined once we get a detailed scope of work from the consultant. So we can certainly err on a less conservative side, reduce the budget to a number that council's comfortable with. And when we get our RFPs, we will revisit that with council. Our responses to RFPs.
I would feel more comfortable with that, to take it down, and then if they're coming in, we can go line item by line item and compare all of the bids to see why they vary, and compare it to what we're seeing in our comp cities and why ours vary as well.
And some of it will be based on the work plan that council wants to move forward with the consultant. So how much community involvement, and you can look at those line items and see how much they cost, how much a website, so you can certainly have the opportunity to go line item by item before we enter into a contract to create the work program that you'll pay for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary?
So, and I also had concerns regarding that. One of the things that the specific plan, when I asked about it, the PA1 specific plan, which took an area that hadn't been zoned or anything, and then not only zoned it, but created what the zoning setbacks would be for this specific area, and what the density allowance would be for this area, and what type of businesses could be in there. And it included weekly or monthly working groups where there's a couple hours that the consultants had to be there. It also included a website and CEQA, and it also included town halls on it. And so, as I said, I mentioned this earlier, that it's just 129 or 119, I think, for one, and 121,000 for another city for that. So I still was concerned without justification of how you got to that $500,000 amount, from 700,000 down to 500,000. And while I understand that we need to move this forward, I think that we need to, even if it was reduced to 350 or 400,000. Anyway, I do have some other questions. Where are they? So, how will our zoning update affect the housing element? And should we have done these together or done the housing element before the zoning update?
Yes, I mean that you could have done it that way, and I can let Terrence speak to why the zoning ordinance was initiated before the housing element. But if there's any rezoning required as a result of the housing element, our zoning ordinance update, the separate project, will most likely have already been through that process. So it may be a tune-up to that work. There's Terrence, if you want to address how we got into the sequence of events that we're in today. You're on mute.
I'm muted. Certainly happy to answer. The zoning ordinance comprehensive update was a strategic initiative from that was approved in, I believe, late 2017. So it's been on the books for some time. So that's why it was done in that order. Doing a housing element, you have to hit sort of a tight window. You can't do much work on the housing element until you have some idea of what the RENA allocation is going to be. So it was too soon to start that at that point. And given the age and problems with the zoning ordinance, staff and that council at that time made it a priority to do the zoning ordinance update. I would reiterate what Alexis just indicated, is that there shouldn't be any problems with working side by side through this process and addressing the issues. So I don't see a conflict, but that's the reason why it was done in that order. It was a longer term priority, and staffing issues in community development prevented it being moved more quickly. But we are engaged in earnest at this point.
Okay, and what does it say to the public if we go through the change and we do changes in the zoning ordinance update? and then the housing element, because we've had to rezone properties and so forth. And then all of a sudden we have to go in and change those as well because they conflict with what the housing element says we need to do. It need a lot of confidence for the public to see us do a flip-flop so quickly together.
Yeah, I understand the question. The zoning ordinance update is not really changing the land uses included that are based on the general plan land uses. It's really it's more of a technical, comprehensive cleanup of our ordinance and addressing some of the confusing elements of our existing ordinance and clarifying it. But it's the existing zoning ordinance update isn't about changing land uses unless they're being changed to better reflect the general plan. The housing element, likewise, will likely not include dramatic changes in land use, but as Alexis indicated, the state laws about the housing element now are extremely complicated, requiring that you prove that the sites that are identified can be feasibly developed as residential. The burden really is now on the cities to demonstrate that the sites that are identified are actually feasible sites. Then there's a lot of history there, but there are a lot of cities that zoned areas for high density to meet the RENA requirements that it was never feasible to actually develop that. So the state now puts a huge burden on cities to demonstrate that the housing sites are feasible. But I wouldn't see any conflict with the zoning ordinance process going forward and the housing element. And of course, Alexis, if you disagree, let's hear it.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I was looking something up when you mentioned about the consultant may have to go on a separate schedule for the climate action plan. Why would they need to proceed on a separate schedule?
Well, it's a possibility because the climate action plan is not on a deadline similar to the housing element and the safety element, a definitive deadline. So they could be tracking together, but the climate action plan will also have its own component of community engagement and stakeholder engagement. And there is a possibility if the results of that engagement or our analysis is extremely complex and needs a lot of policy discussions from council to provide direction to staff, there is a possibility that they could veer and be on different schedules. So to be conservative, we just estimated what we might need to do if that were to happen, because we don't have flexibility with the housing element and the safety element that has a firm deadline that we really need to focus on to keep on track for the state. And the climate action plan will have a different it's a different topic, it's a different potential stakeholders that might be interested in that discussion. And we can't guarantee that they'll stay on the same schedule and guarantee the public that they'll be heard and participate in that process.
Yeah, again, I'm sure some of it is, a lot of it is a drag and drop, It's the state has some very specific guidelines on what needs to be done. And just for us to assume the cost of doing a separate negative declaration instead of having it included in the housing element, EIR, just seems like a cost that we shouldn't have to assume.
So I agree that would not be plan A, right? So all we're doing at this point is just setting aside an amount of whatever council determines if they want to move forward with this. And to be conservative, I just flagged that is a possibility to give the climate action plan its own process and its own community engagement. It may go on its own schedule. So that's just a possibility to make council aware of. It's not ideal, and we would try and march all these things together at the same time to achieve efficiencies. One of the reasons we want to do an RFP is to have one consulting firm that can take this on, or a team of consultants. for those types of efficiencies. So that's the plan B. It's just a possibility. A component of it is drag and drop, but a lot of it is driven by, we have to do a greenhouse gas inventory, which is unique to our city. There's no way to drag and drop that. A lot of the policies and recommendations that the Climate Action Plan will develop are based on our operations, our facilities, our fleet. That's all specific to Brentwood. So there is a component of it that is best practice and that you can apply from, state regulations and guidelines, but a lot of it is customized to how we operate as a city.
Doesn't the Bay Area Air Quality Control District have the greenhouse gas for each of the cities out here?
They have it for the region, and we would update it and tailor it for Brentwood based on, again, our fleet, our facilities, how they operate, our employees, teleworking or not. We would customize it for our CAP, Climate Action Plan.
Okay. Well, that's it for now. Thank you.
Rodriguez.
Thank you. So pretty much what you're asking for us now is just to give you a number to be able to work with to move forward with this. Is that what you're asking for?
We're asking that this be included in the capital improvement program with a number. That number is not going to be shared with a consultant or in the RFP, but it gives us a budget to work with to start with, yes.
So currently you're looking at $500,000, which is a concern with council, but we could put a lower number, but if it goes over that, you would bring it back to council to let us know this is how much we've been able to complete with the amount that you've given us. But for us to get to this point, we would need additional funds for that. Is that what would happen?
Right. So this is, yeah, exactly. So this is the first step. Not a dime of this would be spent until that would come back to council at a future date with a consultant contract and a scope of work. So this is the first step into getting a consultant on board and getting an actual project budget. So if we were to have to exceed that budget for any reason, that would have to come back to council for authorization.
So is there any way, Mayor, that we could at least come up with a number to give, if it's not $500,000, if it's $300,000, and then we move forward on this item?
Well, we can do that as soon as we go through the process, but that's where we're heading.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you.
There's three elements: the housing element, the safety element, climate action plan. Are they mutually exclusive, or are there dependencies?
There are interdependencies. The safety element has to include, per state law, a climate vulnerability assessment, which is something that the climate action plan work could do the analysis for. That would then be fed into the safety element, which is due by January 2023. So there are some interdependencies, less so on the climate action plan, more so on the housing and the safety element, but there is an element of that climate analysis that will have to be fed into the safety element per state law.
Do you know of the funds, what portion will go to each? Because it sounds like now they're different, right? So climate action plan, a little bit of that will get sprinkled into this other stuff, but mostly it sounds like it's separate. Do we know how, because I didn't look up climate action plans and see how much that was. I just looked up housing elements and safety. So just how much, when you did your research, and I'm sorry, I don't have that memo, how much of it was on climate action plans?
Yeah, so I'm doing a conservative estimate for the climate action plan of about $75,000 if we had to do CEQA with it, its own CEQA. So just for reference, in the 2014 general plan, there was actually a scope included to do a climate action plan at that time, and it didn't get done, and that budget was $65,000 approved by council. For that climate action portion, the CEQA was folded into the overall general plan update.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rary.
You're on mute.
I'm looking at that planning cost, and for a medium agency, $50,000 to $100,000 for the climate change vulnerability assessment, a full preparation versus a moderate update. The moderate updates calling for $10,000 to $20,000. For a full preparation, it would be $25,000 to $60,000. For a safety element, a moderate update for our size would be $35,000. For the housing element, a moderate update, which would include, in case it includes to reflect state law, but with some redesignation and rezoning. It would be $150,000 for our size, but for one that didn't need any rezoning, it would be $100,000. 210, so that's $245,000 at the high end of those numbers, based on this medium-sized agency and the moderate level.
And if that's a number you want to put in the motion, then we'll work with that number for the budget.
Councilmember Rary, was that okay? Councilmember Meyer.
Mine is more a timeline question. When you're talking about the housing and the safety elements, of course, have their deadlines, and the climate action plan does not. Climate action plan was, as you mentioned, put into the general plan in 2014, but no actions have been taken. So if we can incorporate the timelines for the safety and housing into the climate action as well, what potentially could we work towards in that time frame? What actually could get done? What could be accomplished? And just for the sake of efficiency, is that a feasible thing to consider?
Yes, I think it's feasible to consider having all three components done by January 2023. What I am just flagging and allotting for is some of this is going to be community driven, right? And so that's laid plans. You know, we can have our agenda and our schedule, and I hope for the best to prepare for the worst, right, when we're budgeting and doing timelines. So just flagging that the climate action plan, there's a possibility that it could just veer off schedule because of the community's response or interest or policy discussions that come out of that stakeholder engagement. Or it could not happen and we can just march forward on the schedule. So it is certainly feasible to get all this done in 18 months. It's very ambitious because it's a lot of work to take on all at one time, and a climate action plan is something people get very involved and very passionate about, in my experience, and they want lots of meetings and discussion, and that's fine. But yes, it's feasible to get all this done in little less than 18 months by the time we get a consultant on board and get council authorization. So that would be the goal. But again, just conservatively estimating costs. I didn't want to undersell this to council and then immediately within 3 months come back and ask for more money and appear as if we hadn't put some thought into this. So my conservative estimates are really with CEQA and the housing element, CEQA for the safety element and the housing element, you know, about $250,000 for those two things, another $35,000 just for the safety element update, and about $75,000 for a climate action plan and its CEQA if it were standalone. So again, that's the upper level. That's just setting aside these funds. We would go out and do an RP, and council would sign off on the work plan and what they're willing to include in that work plan and pay for. We can certainly reduce all those numbers, such as Councilmember Rary just laid out. Those are all reasonable numbers. I was just being very conservative, knowing how sensitive housing issues are in this community, how involved this community is, how informed this community is. All that costs money to engage the community, you know, in that 18-month time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just think that I know that we're throwing numbers and researching things as we were in the council meeting, but our staff is saying it's going to, and like I think she had mentioned, is that it's a high number. And I'll be honest with you, I love when people go high and they come back and actually use less, right? Instead of saying it's going to cost a certain amount, and they come back and say, well, it's actually going to cost us more. So what I'm hearing is that it may not cost us that much, but it's a high number for us to be able to work with and our staff be able to be comfortable to be able to get the best product as needed, right? And I know as a council, I know that we're giving advice and hopefully helping them get some direction and what we need. But at the same time, I think our staff is, more qualified than a lot of us are in a sense of understanding what some of these things may cost. I know that, we're looking at a number, and I know we're not at that point yet, but I think it's important that we also realize that our staff has hopefully done the proper research to find out, how much it would cost. But at the same time, it sounds like it's not even going to cost that much. It's just that's a high number to look at. I just, if we put a number out there, let's give them that, and we can move forward and work on it. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm going to actually disagree with everything Vice Mayor just said. A lot of us work really hard at researching and benchmarking, and I call this in my world, I do this myself because if I don't use it, I lose it next year. I call it sandbagging. So I am going to pay attention. So I'm sorry if you don't think I'm qualified to do that, but I do my best to do my homework and do my job because I'm elected to do that. Thank you.
Okay, before I call on the next speaker, I do have also a question. And just to remind council, during this component, it's questions, clarifying questions of staff. We will be able to go back and forth with our comments after public comment. But my question is this, is part of the concern that we may be limited to the resources available? We're wanting to have one specific organization that has several lines to follow up on all of these components. Are all cities, I know all cities are required to do this, and we're facing the similar timelines. Does that reduce the pool of qualified applicants that we're looking for? And is that one of the reasons why you're asking for the amount that you are?
Well, two things. The amount that we're asking for is just a set aside that's not going to be communicated to the potential consultant pool obviously this is a public meeting and they can do that research if they want, but it's not going to be presented to a consultant as a project budget or a maximum. It's just for us to have a guideline to put in a set aside for the capital improvement program. But to the first part of your question, yes, every jurisdiction in the Bay Area is doing this now or has already got a consultant on board, and there is a shortage of qualified consultants for the housing element and the safety element right now. There are people sending out RFPs that are getting one response or no response and having to reissue simply because everybody in the Bay Area is going through this process right now. We have relationships with consulting firms that we hope, will inspire them to respond to our RFP, but we certainly can't, it's not good practice to put a number out there hoping it's going to cost what it should cost. And we will put a lot of scrutiny into the proposals that we hopefully get. Council will have a lot of opportunity to weigh in on those proposals and those tasks to see if those are legitimate costs. But no, the cost is not tied to our fear of having a shortage of consultants. Those are two things that are happening, but the cost isn't associated with trying to get a better consultant response, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rary.
In doing research on this, though, I did see that there isn't a 2023 deadline for all cities. There are some cities that actually have to turn it in this year. So that it's not all for 2023. So we're not all on the same timeline. Does that mean that the consultants we want or we've worked with in the past will be available because they're working on somebody else's? We don't know that. But that is something that I noticed when I was researching it.
Yes, so the Bay Area is on a different cycle than Southern California and San Diego planning areas. They're at the end of their process, so we will probably have to cast a wider net to Southern California and all over California to get responses, yeah.
Actually, the two cities I was looking at, one of them is in the Bay Area and the other one's in Sacramento area, outside, between here and Sacramento. And
yeah, there are some.
Have the 2022 or 2021 that they had to have it in.
Yeah, there are some cities that are on a 5-year cycle because of compliance issues with their housing elements. The most common cycle, the one we hope to be on and everyone hopes to be on, is the 8-year cycle.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, clarifying questions of staff, then at this time we will open public comments. Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call upon Carolina Villaseca.
Good afternoon, City Council. The question I have is that the 11 BOFA bills are making their way through Sacramento, and I would like to know, at the last meeting, I had asked about an update on how that would affect what we're speaking about this evening. So if those bills pass, what will happen to this work, or if these bills fail in their entirety, which I think some of them already have passed, what does this do to the work? And how many revisions would it take? And how would that affect the final outcome of what we need to do for Brentwood? Thank you.
Well, it is. I have it running through the distribution.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comment. And is there any staff that would like to address some of the questions that were just raised?
Yes, and I apologize, Ms. Villaseca did raise that at our June 10th meeting, but I don't have her contact information. So if she could email me her information, or if someone else has it, I can follow up with her. Yes.
Thank you.
You have it? Yeah. If you can provide it to me, yes. Thank you. Being new, I'm sorry I don't have everybody's contact information, and I can follow up on the question.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. So after our discussion, and first of all, I'm always going to question financials. I'm always going to look at them. I'm never going to rubber stamp anything. I don't think I was elected to rubber stamp, and that's not what I'm going to do. So it's no offense to you or to anyone else on staff. It's just what I do. So after going through all this, I would feel comfortable with about $300,000, which is actually over my estimate of $225, thinking about $150 for the housing element and safety element, and then the $75 for the climate action plan, which is about $225. So I'd feel comfortable with about $300. I would rather you come back and ask for more than us earmark $500,000, and then we don't need it for that.
Thank you. Council member, and I don't know who came first, Meyer, Councilmember Meyer.
I think Meyer did.
Thank you. Actually, I just wanted to respond basically to Carolina, because I think she brings up a very good question. There are a lot of housing bills right now that are they're potentially going to make some major impact on local control and local cities and how the housing element moves forward. So if you are able to come up with some sort of a report on that, I think the public might appreciate being aware of it as well, not just Carolina. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
You know, the one thing I didn't take into account was the CEQA. So at the high end with the 245 for all those numbers that I listed, and another 150,000 for the CEQA on this, the EIR. You know, we're sitting at 395. So 400,000. I'd be comfortable with 400,000 on that.
When I looked at all the line items for the cycle number 6, with everything, it included the CEQA at about 129. When I looked at different cities across the state, CEQA was part of it. So I don't know if we need to do any additional, but I don't know.
Is that, Alexis, is that something that is in addition to or part of the cost?
It just depends on how you describe it. So in my mind, I'm doing an overall cost for the housing element. Again, this is a high-end number of 125 for the housing element and 125 for an EIR, a program level EIR. So it may not come to that, and I completely understand wanting to earmark a lesser amount, but I'm always doing the CEQA as a separate line item so I can engage those costs.
Right, thanks.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm good.
There are no more questions or comments. I'd be willing to take a motion on this item.
I will make a motion to adopt this as detailed in the staff report, but at a rate of $400,000.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Not at 400,000, no.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. We will move on to item D5. Provide direction about timing of returning to in-person public meetings in council chambers and receive updates on plans to reopen other city facilities and plan for future major community events. And I'll turn it to the city manager. Okay.
Great, thank you. So as outlined in the staff report, we're providing updates on plans to reopen City Hall to the public attending in person without appointments for most services. And we're planning for July 6th to coincide with following the holidays. And we'll continue to follow the Cal OSHA regulations. The community center is currently being used for vaccination clinic. COVID testing clinic. And they have a lease through October, but we'll begin to open up some of that facility for the senior center. We have some summer camp programming that will occur in late July. And then back to the community center, that one is currently open for some classes and some limited small group rentals. And then we're planning to open up our 4 water park features tomorrow or by the following day at Blue Goose Park, City Park, Rainbows End Park, and Dolphin Park. And then as far as the council chambers, this is where we're looking for some direction from you about your interest and desire to return to in-person council meetings. And then we would apply that same timing to all the other city commissions to follow, and would obviously host with the virtual participation as well. The governor has extended his authorization that relieves some of the Brown Act provisions that allows for the virtual participation through September 30th. There is the expectation that there is some legislation ongoing currently that may make that a permanent fix, but that currently isn't approved legislation. So we at least have through September 30th to continue to broadcast virtually and have that virtual participation. But looking for direction from you about what timing you'd like to do or what kind of variables would trigger returning to in-person council meetings for the council and the public to then participate therein. We'll come back to that, and then just in the staff report we highlight several community events coming ahead for the summer concert series, which was completely canceled at this point. And then movies in the park, considering late summer, fall 2021, and then obviously later this winter, the tree lighting. So we'll continue to follow all of the most restrictive regulations that come from the federal or the state or the county and Cal OSHA as well. And we outline in the staff report what some of those provisions are. So with that, looking for some direction from you about returning to the council chambers, and also a provision that whether you'd like to have the meeting broadcast like it had been done historically, or because of this virtual hybrid concept, if you'd like to have it through Zoom while your face is on the Zoom camera, even if you're on the dais, as opposed to just using the city council chambers cameras and the views that have historically been used. So we can get some direction from you on that as well.
Councilmember Rary?
Are the cameras ready for us in chambers?
They are.
And what are the cities around us? When are they returning, or have they returned?
It's a mixed bag. Some have already started returning. Some are planning for later in the year. There was a survey done that I was able to capture just from East County, and most of them are coming back August, September timeframe. So there are some that are already doing it now. But it's up to the council what you'd like to do.
And as such, if I know that at the, I think it was the last meeting when it was asked which council members had been vaccinated, there were 3 of us who had said that we did. I mean, because we know when people talk, they'll take off their masks in order to talk, to be able to hear clearly. Would we then have plastic dividers between us? Because unless we're all vaccinated, fully vaccinated.
Well, I could speak for myself, Councilmember Rary. I'm vaccinated, so I mean, I'm not worried about coming back to council. I just didn't feel at the time, the way that it was presented, to be honest with you, that I really needed to answer that. But no, if it makes you, I mean, obviously I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable or feel like they're not safe with me being there. But I have gotten both shots, so I'm okay. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else.
Okay. Well, as I said, you know, if we're not all vaccinated, then maybe having the plastic dividers. If we are all vaccinated, fully vaccinated, then you know I don't see why not a need for those. So is that an option?
That is an option. We were envisioning doing the model that we did back, March, April maybe, before we ceased meeting.
Yeah.
We were spaced out 6 feet apart with masks. And if everyone's vaccinated, then we wouldn't need those barriers. But there are other commissions that would use the chambers, and again, not knowing their status, that could be an improvement we could put in.
Well, and also when we spread out like that, then it pushes staff out into the audience. And if we are allowing the public in, those seats could potentially be used by staff, limiting the amount of people in there, and who's wearing a mask and who isn't. Are we going to self-attest, or are we going to require a vaccination card or a vaccination process, verification process? Those are, again, things for us to discuss.
Member Meyer.
Thank you. I know East County vaccination rates are pretty low in comparison with other cities in the county. Were you able to not just see the reports for what East County is doing, but what for other parts of the county, what they're doing as well?
I have heard. I couldn't quote which city is doing what at this point. I don't recall, but there are 19 cities or so in the county, and there's a mix. Most are not yet in person. I can tell you that the majority are not, but there are some that are waiting to get through the next couple months to then schedule those. I understand some are going to bring it up on their council agendas in the coming months as well.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of opening it up to the public once we reach a certain goal as far as vaccination rates. My concern about that is by the time we set and reach that goal, that we're going to be at the point where some people need to be revaccinated if boosters do become recommended. So, I mean, as far as discussion, I think this is all really good ongoing. I did watch the supervisors meeting this morning, and they had the same exact discussion. I don't like the idea of demanding that people show their vaccination card, but yet I also don't know that people are going to want to be shamed. Like if you have your vaccine card, you don't have to, and you do, then you can, don't have to wear a mask. And it kind of does divide people a bit. So I would love some feedback on what your thoughts are, what other cities are doing when it comes to this. It's not about shaming people, make a choice. But I don't want to go backwards based on 50% of the people in the council chambers in the public potentially, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. So I can tell what we're doing with the employees because Cal OSHA has strict guidance about that. It provides 3 options for the employees to either provide proof of vaccination and the city would keep a copy of that on hand, or provide proof of it and there's a certification that says they saw it and can attest to it, or thirdly was to self-attest that you've been vaccinated. And in discussing this with the executive team, we felt most comfortable with the self-attestment process as allowed by Cal OSHA. And so we've already initiated that with the employees as of June 15th. And we see masks around City Hall, and we see no masks around City Hall. And if there's questions or concerns, they can talk to HR about that. So there isn't, as far as I'm aware, and I can bring on another staff to help if needed, but how we would handle that with the public. So again, that could be up to the council if you'd like to have self-attestation or if you'd like us to view vaccination cards to prove that they can come in without a mask. We can certainly do whatever is desirable.
And I think if we were able to set a goal and say until we reach that goal that everybody in chambers, I mean, as far as community members, potentially would be wearing a mask. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, and the challenge with waiting till we get to 70% as an example for vaccination, that there's a risk that this community, for the choices they're making, may not ever get there for various reasons. And we'd have at least until September 30th, unless legislation changes, where we could do various other options. At that point, we'd have to be back in the chambers, and the public would have to be allowed to enter into the chambers. So,
and of course, we did talk about months ago how we wanted to make sure that there was still a pretty clear virtual option available for people as far as accessibility. And if any one of us was ever out of town and wanted to join the meeting that way, I think I love the idea of being able to do that. But who knows what the governor will say after September 30th.
Yeah, I fully expect legislation to get passed because it's been a system that has worked very well for the municipalities, broadcasting in the virtual environment and also considering now a hybrid way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the accessibility factor is fantastic for disabled or elderly or people who aren't able to drive at night, people that can listen on their way home from work, who commute. It's really working very well, and I would hate to lose that engagement that we've gained by having that flexibility for people.
Meyer, are you finished with your questions at this point?
I think so. I think I'm more just looking for more discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Well, right now this is the questions of staff, clarifying questions of staff, and we will take public comment, which always helps with our discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
Is there any way we could get a survey of what the cities are doing around us? Instead of just can we find out? Does League of Cities have anything that you could reach out to them and maybe get something?
Yeah, the Public Managers Association, which is all the city managers in this county, did a poll a couple months ago, and it was very few were considering. So there hasn't been a recent survey, but I could certainly drum something up and find out. My guess is most are waiting a little bit longer, and if that's what this council wants to do, that's fine as well. This is working fairly well.
Okay, I think the rest is just discussion. That's all I was wondering about. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon a name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We do have 2 speakers with their hands raised. I will call on Carolina Villaseca, followed by Rod.
Good evening, City Council. I took a look at the vaccination rates before this meeting, and it's really bad. Once you hit Pittsburgh, every city from Pittsburgh until the end of East Contra Costa is at the very bottom of the vaccination rate rankings. And it's just really bad. Second, I really would like to stress keeping the Zoom portion of the meeting. It's very helpful. I am calling y'all from Anaheim, California. Hello. We're on vacation, but I thought this was important enough to call in. Third, I think that there are safety precautions that city staff can take. For example, the Planning Commission uses the chambers, and then the next day, City Council uses the chambers. The chambers can be disinfected, not just wiped down, but disinfected. You can also put up clear plastic dividers so that people are not only protected for themselves, but also from other people around them. You can limit the number of people in chambers. Do some type of lottery where people say, yeah, I want to attend, and then you pick the names off a spreadsheet with a random generator or out of a hat. Not sure which one you'd like to do, but there are a lot of ways that we can continue having city council meetings and participation and keep everyone safe until there is legislation passed. I would like to thank everybody who has been out in the community encouraging people to get vaccinated. I would like to see more efforts from the mayor and the vice mayor on this effort, because it's going to take everybody in city council to get us to where we need to be for the participation that is our democratic right and our part of our freedom and part of being a patriotic American. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod.
Sorry, your mouse was moving right next to my mouse, and it was confusing me a little bit. Go ahead. Thank you, Margaret. I'm in favor of getting people back into chambers. It'd be nice to see everybody again. I am mindful of the fact that for, I guess, basically political reasons or, whatever, however you want to frame it, there is a lot of people out here where it trends more conservative who, for whatever reason, feel like it's an imposition to get a vaccination, which is unfortunate, but that's how they feel, and they have a right to feel that way. It's dangerous. So I would say if the council members are all able to attest that they're vaccinated, then, go ahead and sit up there, and I would suggest the same for staff. And I would hope that our public officials and city staff are responsible and want to model that behavior for the rest of the community so people can see that it's safe. But for the rest of us, I have no problem wearing a mask in public. I don't feel like I'm in danger because I am vaccinated, but I feel like if we make some people wear masks, it's going to make them feel singled out. And again, until we see, like 70 or 80% in Brentwood, it's just not the best thing. And I understand that the risk is mostly for people that are not vaccinated. And some people will say, well, we're punishing the good people who got vaccinated for the omission of somebody who didn't. And I just don't see it that way. I just see it as not singling people out and just being cautious. And masking is also effective. And I do know that the people that are unvaccinated are the ones who are most likely in danger. But as a human being, I care whether they live or die, whether the decision, if I don't agree with their decision, that doesn't mean I'm willing to leave them to their fate if they're wrong. So I'm perfectly willing to wear a mask. Would love to be able to come down and see you all in person. But I just don't think that self-attestation is going to work in the current environment because people are feeling bad. I saw a post online the other day from somebody who was just proud of the fact that she was able to walk into Safeway without a mask and she wasn't vaccinated. And so we're just not in a good place yet for that. So I guess that's it. Just mask everybody up that comes in and, have them keep it on while they're talking. Thank you.
We have one additional speaker with their hand raised. Marisol Vallis, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that I also agree that until we have some sort of 80% or a higher percentage of vaccination in our city, I think if we do meet face-to-face, everyone should have a mask on. But definitely if we can have some sort of hybrid model, the Zoom has been so wonderful, especially as I know that, many people are busy, but as a mom who is commuting back and forth as a taxi to their kids that sports are now back in, that would be beneficial because I can listen in while I'm doing drop off and pick up. So thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, so at this time I will close public comments. I do have a couple of comments just to answer some of the questions. I am fully vaccinated, and I have also been working with Supervisor Burgess's office in creating public advisory videos in an effort to encourage people to become vaccinated that would like to become vaccinated. And so there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that in addition to speaking to people publicly as well. So to put everyone's mind at ease, yes, I am fully vaccinated and am working to get our community as safe as possible to be together as quickly as possible. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, self-attesting, I wish I could trust it, but after Friday night going to an event and Tim was there and we looked around and hardly anyone had their mask on. And we looked at each other, we're like, there's no way close to 100% of these people are vaccinated. So they're coming in not wearing their mask. And that is irresponsible and it's sad. It makes me actually really, really, really sad that someone would do that because we're trusting you and there's just no way. Today, like Carolina was saying, our vaccination rates are low. We are 23rd, I think, out of 31 cities, and we are at 56.2, and we're crawling, like 0.1 a day is what we're doing. And in the beginning, the first, your first vaccine, that was kind of picking up, so I was like, okay, it's a lag, but it's not anymore. It has totally slowed down. And the other thing that scares me is after graduation, I think I said on this call, I did not like what I saw at graduation. Again, everyone stormed the field. People didn't have their masks on, and I'm like, just wait 2 weeks. And we were averaging 2, almost 3 cases a day, something between 2 and 3 a day. We're now at an average of 5, so we jumped up. And today, our positivity rate on testing in Brentwood was 2.4%. That is compared to the whole county at 1.5%. So we are heading in the absolute wrong direction. So that's that. The other thing is I'm on jury duty. And one of the things we had to figure out on jury duty is, they had to figure out what they were going to do with the masks. So when we got there, a sheriff hands us a form, and he said, you need to sign this, and it will be filed. And everyone who came into the courthouse had, if they wanted to take their mask off, had to sign the form. And now it is filed with Contra Costa County that I have gotten my vaccine and I can be on jury duty without a mask. There was probably 50-50, and I did not hear one negative comment about the people wearing masks. I was talking to people wearing masks. They were talking to me. I didn't feel upset at them. So I understand, like, some people might think there was shame. I was actually happily surprised that there was no negative feelings towards the people, because I was kind of leaning towards, well, we should all, like, just mask everyone, because then you don't make anyone feel bad or you don't call anyone out. But I think the people who were wearing their masks are okay with it because they made a conscious decision and, you know, they signed the form. You know, they didn't sign the form. They handed it back and they were fine. So I would feel comfortable coming back if everyone was masked or if people want to sign a form. And, you know, we can have a form and it's under perjury that you are vaccinated. And so, I mean, I would feel comfortable with that. I mean, if you're filing something with the city that says legally you are not lying, I would hope that legally you would not be lying. So, because then you become a health risk to the entire city. But that's how I feel. I mean, it was not bad today having 50-50, and it was really nice being able to do my civic duty while not wearing my mask.
Councilmember Meyer?
One of the things that was brought up in today's Board of Supervisors meeting was kindness. And I think I support that in that I don't want people to have to feel shame if they make a different decision than I do. I do have 3 family members that have made the decision to not get vaccinated. As much I wish I could, you know, tie them up and force them. They're adults and I can't. I firmly believe that vaccinating is the right thing to do based on trying to get us back to normal, trying to get our kids back in school, trying to have a lifestyle and a quality of life again. But I know that people have their own reasons. I certainly don't dislike anybody in my family who's made that decision. So I like the idea of masking, asking for our community members to come in and mask, unless we were able to establish some sort of a higher standard for vaccination rates. And I'm not sure if that's something we can agree with or even count on, given that we do live in an area that's a little bit more conservative about this. But I think I am hearing a lot of people saying that they're going to mask no matter what anyway. They're going to go to the grocery store and put their mask on. They're going to go to whatever, put their mask on whether they're vaccinated or not, out of kind of a sign of respect for each other. So my vote would be to ask community members to, I think the signing thing is okay, but to wear a mask. Because I don't like the idea of singling people out. We don't really know the reasons behind people making the decisions they make. So as much as kindness doesn't sound like a political statement, I kind of wish it was. I think we could be a little bit easier on each other when it comes to that sort of thing. So that's what I would promote.
One of the things that, and all of you have had some very, very excellent suggestions, and some of the callers as well. One of the things I'm most concerned with is, you know, in my family, both sides of my family historically have been through the savages and ravages of extremist governments. And my mother's family being Jewish, clearly we're familiar with what that background was. And my father being Cherokee, that, again, some serious issues. And I'm sure that many of our families have gone through issues historically in previous generations. So I have a real ingrained concern about requiring people to show specific IDs, like we're talking about, to enter into buildings and things. Historically, those processes don't generally make people comfortable that have had that background. One of the things that has really stuck with me is what the representative from Dr. Ferrantano's office said in our last discussion in the community, when he said people who are vaccinated are no risk to those who are not. People who are vaccinated are not risks to each other. And people who are not vaccinated are generally not risks to those who are vaccinated. And so that gave me a significantly greater comfort level And I believe it was Councilmember Meyer, and Councilmember Mendoza both have stated this, that individuals are responsible for their own well-being as mature adults. Well, as adults, I'm not sure how many of us are completely mature all the time. But one of the things that I'm very passionate about, and I've heard each of you being passionate about these ideas as well, is individual choice. That's something that is the foundation of who we are as a nation and as a community. Individual choice is, in my estimation, the preeminent identity of someone who is free. And so I know that we can find a way to accomplish this. As far as keeping the Zoom call, I think that's essential. I think that in the future there won't be meetings that don't have that. And I think we have a way to get that done as well. I am comfortable with the self-attestation, but if council feels like we want everyone to wear masks in a council meeting or whatever those decisions are, I would like to hear what everyone else has to say. Councilmember Rary.
So September 30th is that line in the sand kind of that's there, but possibly may be forever. But I mean, maybe we look at even waiting to come back. And I love being in chambers. I really like being in chambers. This quick commute to the office here right in my home is real nice too, but I like being in chambers. It makes it a lot easier in discussions and so forth. But, waiting until September 30th maybe to return, we will know by that time what the state legislature may pass as far as future things. I think allowing us to continue with having people call in virtually, it's kind of nice. People can sit there and have a glass of wine or a beer and sit in their jammies or bake 3 cakes during the council meeting. And so they're able to be productive. Somebody said that they clean their house during the council meetings, is what I read on one thing, that it gives them plenty of time to clean their house. So by waiting until September 30th, it'll give us more time to get up to the higher vaccination rate if we are going to get up to that. It'll let us have more people be comfortable being in around and determining whether or not they want to mask or not mask. I don't like a lot of over control of the government either in that respect of having to present a vaccination card, a signature saying that you are. Maybe that's okay. So those are my thoughts.
Well, if there is, Councilmember Mendoza.
Since the 5 of us are vaccinated, it seems like, could the 5 of us go back and we hold off on the general population until they're vaccinated and we feel more comfortable?
There is some precedent doing that. I think Damien has, and he can speak for himself, but has expressed some concern about how do we prohibit the public from coming into a meeting that we've agendized as a public meeting, and so some of those nuances. But some of the ideas that have been forecasted or shared about the self-attestation, or you're wearing a mask if you want to come into the building, and those are things that we can find a balance for.
We do this. It did. You're signing that paper. It did. Have a little bit more weight than just saying I'm vaccinated, right? Like you're signing these documents. So, I don't know how the rest of you feel about that. we would have to keep those on file. You know, I mean, and they went to a department there and only one person. Huh?
Yeah, and that's what we're doing now with employees. There's a form the employee has to fill out that stipulates all those things. Whether we keep that on hand for every member of the public so that they don't have to fill it out the next time they come, we'd have to work through what that means and whether we should be keeping records of the public. I don't know. We'll do that.
Yeah. And where I understand the thing about, you know, Mayor, you were talking about freedoms and, you know, all that stuff. But, you know, as it is, our kids, I mean, what I heard today over there at the county is our kids might have to get the vaccine to go back to school. If it gets the federal okay, I mean, it could be just on the list like every other vaccine. So, I mean, I guess for me, I just don't see it as anything different. Like, I've never questioned my polio. I've never questioned my meningitis. You know, I'm not, you know, the new HPV. Like, I just don't question them. It's, you know, you have to also trust that these things are made to keep us safe. They're not made to hurt us. And we don't question any of, I mean, the ones the kids get, and if they choose not to get them, then there's the consequences. You do homeschool. You don't go to public school because it's a public safety issue. And this is more contagious than polio, right? I mean, polio, I don't know which one's worse or not, but I don't see it as someone wanting to take my rights away. I see it as me doing a good thing for my community and keeping everyone around me healthy and safe. So I would flip that and not say it's a control thing, but you love your country and you love your fellow countryman. And we're lucky that we're in America where we had an option of 3 vaccines. My friends in Germany, all they can get the AstraZeneca, and they're on a wait list for months, right? Like, we are so blessed and so lucky to have the option of 3 vaccines. So I don't see it as that, and I don't think that's a bad thing to ask people that come in, have you gotten vaccinated or not?
Councilmember Meyer.
Yeah, I'm still wondering how Bill Gates is going to use the microchip that he implanted in my arm. Not really clear on that. I'm waiting for that report. I wanted to mention that my husband uses our council meetings as a chance to get all of the steps that he needs for a week in one night. And then I wanted to mention that the Senate, and well, I should say the Capitol building, anyone who goes in the door is wearing a mask. If you're a staff, it's a different situation altogether. There's other protocols I won't get into, but any member of the public goes into that building, they're wearing a mask.
Now that's interesting.
Well, there was the suggestion from Councilmember Rary that we wait till September 30th. That's the first affirmative statement that we're certain of. Is that a recommendation at this point, or what? Are we ready for a motion at this point?
Well, as somebody brought up afterward, can we open up the chambers can we go into chambers without allowing the public to come in? And Damien popped up at that time and then closed his window, and now he's popped up again. So do you have a comment?
I do, actually. And I popped off because you moved in a different direction. I figured if you came back to it, I'd be here to talk with you. Governor Newsom issued an order, just recently, order number 08-21, part of which looks to me like that you could do what you'd like. You could meet as a body without having the public in the chambers at the same time, so long as the public have the opportunity to continue to comment as they are via Zoom or via the telephone, things of that sort. So it looks like we have that option. I'd like to look at it a little bit closer, but from what I'm seeing, I think we can do that.
And when was that issued, Damien, just for my knowledge?
I'm not sure the date. I'm not sure the date of it, Tim. It's order number N-08-21, and the language is a little bit long, but a local legislative body that holds a meeting by a teleconference and allows members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically, consistent with the notice and accessibility requirements set forth in the order, shall have satisfied any requirements the body allow members of the public to attend the meeting and offer public comment. Such a body need not make available any physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment. As I read that, it seems to me that as long as you're allowing the public to comment via other means, you could meet in the chambers, do not have to yet open it up to the public. Should you not allow them to comment via Zoom or those other alternate means, then you would have to allow them into the chambers, I believe.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes. I mean, after hearing Damian say that, maybe we could have it as an option, right? If you want to participate in the chamber with the council, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mayor, I agree with you. I think that people should have a choice to wear a mask or not, as long as they're sitting 6 feet from each other. But at the same time, now people also have an opportunity to participate in the meeting without actually having to be there. It sounds like what Damian has read, that we have that option. So, I mean, I'm open for people to show up, and obviously if you want to wear a mask, that'd be great. If you don't, I think you need to have that option. But also at the same time, now there's a third option of you could actually do it through virtual and be able to still participate. So I'm open to that. I'm pretty open to this, to be honest with you guys. I'm pretty open. I'm okay with whatever the council feels comfortable with.
Member Rary?
It looks like that came out on June 11th, that Governor's NO 8-21. But as far as, I mean, Councilmember Rodriguez made a comment regarding sitting 6 feet apart. So do we need to still socially if we do open up the chambers, do they need to be socially distanced by 6 feet? Or is it open to sitting anywhere you want?
My understanding is that if you're vaccinated, the physical distancing is not a requirement. And so the other piece that maybe to clarify, if you're unvaccinated, you have to wear masks in local government operations. That's part of one of the health orders, and I forget whose. So it wouldn't be a complete freedom of no masks. If you're unvaccinated and can't self-attest or prove that you've been vaccinated, you have to wear a mask. That would be a regulation you have to enforce.
But would they have to sit 6 feet apart from other people then? Because didn't it say in the office that?
Yeah, if they're wearing masks, the physical distancing is not in place as far as I understand.
But if they're not wearing masks, then physical distancing is in place?
Then it's not as well, because you can only not wear a mask if you've self-attested or proven that you've been vaccinated, and then that's not a requirement.
Okay.
I think in any scenario, if they're back in the chambers, there wouldn't be the physical distancing requirement for anybody. There would be mask requirement for those unvaccinated or unable to self-attest or prove they've been vaccinated.
I say let's shoot for September 30th. We're returning to chambers, unless council wants to go into chambers and close the chambers to the public until at least September 30th.
Councilmember Meyer?
I'm sorry. No, we need to get moving on this discussion here, but I thought I was hearing at one point that we might want a little bit of time with just council in chambers while we work on this hybrid to make sure that everything works before we invite people in. Am I remembering that wrong?
Yeah, that was an idea to consider doing in June, have the council come in and get familiar with the chambers and work through some of the dynamics of the hybrid concept for virtual and in-person participation eventually. And in July, when we anticipate everything open, that we'd have the public fully participate. But we could consider that again as well with some other schedule as desired.
Because I would think we could do like council goes back, commissioners go back in the beginning of September for all September meetings, and then October 1st, then we invite the public in, and we might know something else based on what the governor says at that point anyway.
Yeah, the longer we wait to come back in the chambers, we'll definitely know a lot more information about vaccinations, if there's any surges or spikes, all those things, we'll know even more.
I vote for that.
Yeah. The other thing I just wanted to point out is, and I can bring IS on the line, but there is a capital project that couldn't be done during this downtime, which would have been optimal. They're planning to do some retrofitting, and it's going to maybe take place of one council meeting, if at all, and that's probably not till October, November. So if it could have been done sooner, that would have been better. But based on the timing of everything, even if we come back and say it's October, that may be a meeting we actually can't hold in chambers because of that capital project. So the timing of that just couldn't work out better. It could have worked second and before first.
So I should make a motion. I have to look up how to do that, like what the language would be.
Well, if I could just clarify, looking for direction about timing, and if you want to put any special regulations or protocols in place that we can help adapt for you. And then thirdly, if you're okay with having the computer screen on the dais, part of the Zoom call like you are now in your own residences or the offices, or if you'd rather just have the camera view be a Zoom box for the public, but not for the council looking into the boxes. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, Oakley does it where their Zoom is the whole council and the dais. And I think it's really difficult to hear everyone. You can't read expression if you like to do that, if you like to watch people's faces while they're talking. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. I also, if I'm gonna have the computer in front of me, I like it at a certain height, so I'm not like, you know. I can bring it in my own.
Computers currently are not computers. Our computers are just allow us to see the agenda and then the agenda items that we can scroll through. So would you be changing those out to put in laptops?
No, let me bring Margaret online. She's got a few more details on what we were looking for on this. I apologize, I wasn't prepared for that piece of it. But Margaret, do you want to jump in and share some more thoughts on what we're looking for?
I just promoted Mike Berea as well. He would probably have the most detail if he wants to unmute and speak. I know with the camera view and the wide angle, we were thinking it would be easier to have the Zoom view if they wanted to maintain that look and have cameras on each individual monitor, and I'm not sure if we were going to switch those out. Mike, are you available to unmute yourself? Yes.
Hi, Margaret. Yes, I am. Regarding the computers at the dais, those are computers. We would have to look at figuring out how to run the Zoom meeting in addition to the software that we currently use while you're in the dais. So that would be, we would have some technological things we'd have to figure out. But if we wanted to use those computers as part of the Zoom meeting, we could figure out how to do that.
But we've never had access to anything other than our agendas. Is that because you created that firewall there so that we couldn't? I mean, not that we should be looking up anything, but I do know that, like, I wanted to find it. I remembered I forgot what affordable housing criteria was for Walnut Creek, and so I had to quickly go onto my phone to see what the affordable housing criteria was. Are those computers set up so that we can't do, so that they're firewalled on us?
That is correct.
Okay, but you allow all the staff to have them, the real stuff.
That is correct.
If I'm in Councilmember Rary, the Brown Act doesn't have the same applicabilities during the meetings for us as it does for the council members. And there are reasons why those are there. You don't want to have the appearance that you're sending emails to each other, which you're not doing, but it's really for your protection that it's like that. As frustrating as it might be sometimes.
Thank you, Damien.
And Mike, while we have you, could you just clarify for the council, I know it's not quite on the agenda, but it might be relevant to timing, what that capital project is and why the timing of that's later this fall and how it relates to maybe scheduling coming back in September-ish?
Yeah, we had a conversation with a number of audiovisual consultants trying to figure out the best way to retrofit the chambers to get a better live stream, to get the virtual meetings working a little bit better, just to see what other municipalities were doing. And we were getting such mixed results that we decided to bring in a consultant, an outside consultant, to help us sort of, somebody who didn't have wasn't going to be doing the installation, but could provide just consulting expertise to help us understand what the AV challenges are and what's out there in terms of technology to give the best experience both for everybody at the dais as well as for the public. So we've got a consultant currently contracted. He's looking at that, giving us some design options and things to think about. The design is probably going to take a few months. I think they said about 2 months is about right. And then after that, we'll take that out to bid based on whatever the designs we have. We were anticipating fall for a closure of the council chamber because there would need to be some time while we do the retrofitting. But in his experience in past projects, the delays in equipment, the time for staging, the different things that are going on in the environment right now, there just seem to be more delays than expected. So he told us to anticipate probably more of a winter shutdown, which might be good for the Christmas timeframe, but it's hard to know for sure at this point. We just don't know. We probably won't know until we're done with the designs. So that part we know for sure. The designs will take a couple of months. We really won't be able to, get a good gauge of what the timing looks like until we're done with the designs and see how complicated those designs are. But yeah, the current thinking is it might be a relatively long delay just based on his experience.
Okay, thank you. So that really won't be a factor then for when the council wants to decide to come back in chambers then. Okay, good. Thank you for clarity.
Mike, we were having problems with the cameras in the chambers, which was one reason why we weren't able to go back at one point. Has that issue been resolved?
We didn't resolve the camera quality, but we did resolve the camera control issues. So okay. The camera control issues and the camera switching issues are all resolved. It's back to the way it's always operated.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike, while you're on, one of my concerns to answer Tim's question, do we want our face zoomed or not, is when councils are working and through projects and ideas, normally we have our face towards each other. So our ears would be directly in the camera. Our profiles would be, I'm not sure how professional that might look with something like that. Again, any conversation from council would be greatly appreciated. But although it's very difficult, I seem to remember that those cameras had a Zoom capability for someone who was speaking. Mike, do we have the ability to do that here in Brentwood?
Yes, we do. Even with the current cameras, our goal would be we probably wouldn't have them the cameras tightly shot on individuals, but we would get as close as we can without, as far as the closest the cameras will allow. And when we tested that, it's about 2 people. So we could see, the 2 people that are sitting next to each other. We couldn't get a close face shot like we do with Zoom with the current system. But the things that you've talked about tonight, the camera angles, the possibility or the appreciation of being able to see body language, things like that are things that we're talking over with the consultant to see how best to address those.
Thank you. Well, with all this information and a second on the floor, do we have a recommendation for any of these options?
I know what I would say date-wise. I'm just not clear on the rest of what the motion would be.
Damien, could you assist?
Yeah, I was going to say, Damien, help a girl out here.
Damien, you are muted.
Been doing so well with that. I've heard a lot of different things, so I'm not quite sure from different council members. So I'm not sure if I know there's a consensus to be able to say this is what I'm hearing from the council. It sounds like some of you are comfortable with opening it to the public by September 30th, depending on what the state legislature does and what the governor signs. Others of you may be comfortable with the council coming in earlier. When that earlier date is, I wasn't quite sure of that. I've heard some comments that some people want to use the Zoom features in front of them. Others want to have the chamber cameras when you're in chambers. So I'd like to help you out, Councilmember Meyer, but I don't know if I've heard a real consensus here.
I'll just make what my thoughts were, because if someone wants to make another motion and doesn't want to vote for mine, then that's fine too. So I would like to make a motion that we go back to chambers as of the first meeting in September, open up chambers to whichever commissions are meet first in September, and that we open up to the general public at the end of September, looking at this point with a mask compliance. I would vote, as far as the Zoom feature, it's very definitely that we use it, but that if we are able to work with what Mike was saying to make sure that our sound quality and our picture quality and all that, it works. I don't need individual squares, as long as we can get some clarification there.
Do you mean the beginning of October for the public? So it gives us it gives us 2 meetings to get used to hybrid?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I second that.
Damien, was that clear enough?
Just a couple of clarifications. I don't think you need to change anything, but the October opening date may be dependent on what the state does. We don't know what they're going to do, so we'll need to keep that in mind.
That's one reason I chose that date. Yeah.
It should be a safe date, but again, we just don't know what they're going to end up doing. But I think it's safe right now. And then when you said returning with masks for the public.
For the public.
Now, is that for everyone, whether they've been vaccinated or not?
This is where we get into that tricky part. Not sure if I'm ready to say that. I don't know. I love the idea of everyone doing it so that we don't single anyone out. Unless we are at a certain percentage of vaccination. So I would say if we are at anything less than 75%, then I would like to see masks. And people can either agree with me or not.
Now, Damien, is the law requiring everybody wear a mask?
Vice Mayor, that's a hard question to answer, partly because the law keeps changing on us, and we keep getting different regulations from the different agencies. And the other qualifier, and I'm sorry I'm giving you all these qualifiers, but it is just a continually moving target here, is that what applies to the workplace for the city manager, myself, the city clerk in City Hall might be viewed differently at a public meeting where there's an expectation the public can show up with very little restrictions to be part of the democratic process. And where I'm not sure.
Maybe, I agree with Councilmember Meyer's request, and maybe by the time we get to the end of September, we'll be able to know more to be able to follow through with the mask or not. Open it up, can we?
And that would be one way to do it is, return to the chambers with the public, but then have staff come back maybe during one of your September meetings to determine how you want the public to come back in, with masks, without masks, self-attesting, whichever direction you want to go. You could certainly do that. You can get this process started now so staff has clear direction on what to gear up for early September. But then in the middle of September, maybe your first meeting of September, you can decide how you want to approach the mask.
I would be okay with that, considering that vaccination rates could be different. There could be boosters at that time. The variant could have gone another direction. So looking at both sides, I would be okay with that.
So would I.
So shall I change that again, or do
I guess here I would ask the city clerk if Margaret, if you are comfortable with what Councilmember Meyer indicated her motion was, less the mask requirement at this time, or less the decision on how masks will be determined.
I believe I've got it with the opening, with the back in the chambers for council and the commission starting September 1, and then the open to the public and looking at the mask mandates later with October 1 with the public. Did I get that right?
Open to the public October 1st, but deciding the mask decision mid-September based on current, at that time, protocols.
Yeah, we can bring back the updated regulations at the time for decisions.
I'll amend, or I'll change my second for that amendment, as amended.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will now move to item E1, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda request, please raise your hand. I'll call you in order. Councilmember Rary.
So I'm asking this as a future agenda item, but it's for our strategic planning session in the fall. I'd like to add 4th of July fireworks show to our strategic planning session in the fall.
That was a very final head shake. Any further future agenda items? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And can I say some words when we adjourn?
Now would be the time to do it before we do so.
Okay. I would like to adjourn today's meeting in the honor of Matias Rogers. Matias was an amazing young man who excelled academically, athletically, and above all was adored by all who knew him. On behalf of the city, I would like to offer our condolences to his mother, Leticia, his father, Ron, his stepmother, Stephanie, as well as his siblings and his extended family. Rest in peace, Matias.
Thank you. And that was beautifully done. We do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and be safe.
Goodbye.
Yes. Holy moly.